Good morning, everyone. Respected members of the organized community, speakers, will start. Good morning, everyone, delegates, and all participants. I, on behalf of organized committee of ICMASS conference, wish to extend my gratitude and welcome International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable. Good morning, everyone. The organized committee members of organized committee for research foundations will start. Good morning, search and advantage for academic research all participants. I, on behalf of organized connect associate wish to extend my gratitude universities and research council provide knowledge international foundation and research multidisciplinary approach for sustainable. Good morning, everyone. The organized committee members of international committee for research foundations will start. Good morning, search and advantage for academic and publication all participants. I, ICMASS organized such an associate organized wish to extend universities and research council provide knowledge international foundation and research multidisciplinary approach for sustainable. Good morning, everyone. The organized committee members of international committee for research foundations will start. Good morning, search and advantage for academic and publication all participants. I, ICMASS organized such an associate organized wish to extend universities and research council provide knowledge international foundation and research multidisciplinary approach for sustainable. Good morning, panel organized members of international committee for research foundations will start. Good morning, search and advantage for academic and publication all participants. I, ICMASS organized such an associate organized wish to extend universities and research council provide knowledge international foundation and research multidisciplinary approach for sustainable. Good morning, panel organized members of international committee for research foundations will start. Good morning, search and advantage for academic and publication all participants. I, ICMASS organized such an associate organized wish to extend universities and research council provide knowledge international foundation and research multidisciplinary approach for sustainable. Good morning, panel organized members of international committee for research foundations will start. Good morning, search and advantage for academic and publication all participants. I, ICMASS organized such an associate organized wish to extend universities and research council provide knowledge international foundation and research multidisciplinary approach for sustainable. Good morning, panel organized members of international committee for research foundations will start. Good morning, search and advantage for academic and publication all participants. I, ICMASS organized such an associate organized wish to extend universities and research council provide knowledge international foundation and research multidisciplinary approach for sustainable. Good morning, panel organized members of international committee for research foundations will start. Good morning, search and advantage for academic and publication all participants. I, ICMASS organized such an associate organized wish to extend universities and research council provide knowledge international foundation and research multidisciplinary approach for sustainable. Good morning, panel organized members of international committee for research foundations will start. Good morning, search and advantage for academic and publication all participants. I, ICMASS organized such an associate organized wish to extend universities and research council provide knowledge international foundation and research multidisciplinary approach for sustainable. Good morning, panel organized members of international committee for research foundations will start. Good morning, search and advantage for academic and publication all participants. unintentionally, I wrongfully created some applications related to healthcare advice. These technologies were intentionally developed with knowledge and education to highlight multiple health and safety problems and manage health why such combinations unintentionally unintentionally, I wrongfully created some applications related to healthcare advice. These technologies were intentionally developed with knowledge and education to highlight multiple and safety problems and manage why such combinations unintentionally unintentionally, I wrongfully created some applications related to healthcare advice. These technologies were intentionally developed with knowledge and education to highlight multiple and safety problems and manage why such combinations unintentionally unintentionally, I wrongfully created some applications related to healthcare advice. These technologies were intentionally developed with knowledge and education to highlight multiple and safety problems and manage why such combinations unintentionally unintentionally, I wrongfully created some applications related to healthcare advice. These technologies were intentionally developed with knowledge and education to highlight multiple and safety problems and manage why such combinations unintentionally unintentionally, I wrongfully created some applications related to healthcare advice. These technologies were intentionally developed with knowledge and education to highlight multiple and safety problems and manage why such combinations unintentionally unintentionally, I wrongfully created some applications related to healthcare advice. These technologies were intentionally developed with knowledge and education to highlight multiple and safety problems and manage why such combinations unintentionally, I wrongfully created some applications related to healthcare advice. These technologies were intentionally developed with knowledge and education to highlight multiple and safety problems and manage why such combinations unintentionally, I wrongfully created some applications related to healthcare advice. These technologies were intentionally developed with knowledge and education to highlight multiple and safety problems and manage why such combinations unintentionally, I wrongfully created some applications related to healthcare advice. These technologies were intentionally developed with knowledge and education to highlight multiple and safety problems and manage why such combinations unintentionally unintentionally, I wrongfully created some applications related to healthcare advice. These technologies were intentionally developed with knowledge and education to highlight multiple and safety problems and manage why such combinations unintentionally unintentionally, I wrongfully created some applications related to healthcare advice. These technologies were intentionally developed with knowledge and education to highlight multiple and safety problems and manage why such combinations unintentionally I wrongfully created some applications related to healthcare advice. These technologies were intentionally developed with knowledge and education to highlight multiple and safety problems and manage why such combinations unintentionally
Hello, good morning, Miss Rima Morales. Am I audible? Okay, so please allow me to share my screen. Okay, is my screen now shared? Hello, good morning, Miss Rima Morales. Am I audible? Okay, so once again, magandang umaga. Please allow me to share my screen. Good morning, everyone, and mabuhay from the Philippines. I am Dr. Arman DC Santos from Polytechnic University of the Philippines. It is indeed a great honor and privilege to be part of the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society. Good morning, with this year's theme, Divergent Paths to Sustainable Development in Society. So once again, I would like to express my gratitude to organizing Good Morning Everyone, especially from Mrs. Bianca Sahu and Ms. Darren Morales for the invitation. This international conference is indeed a great platform for us educators, researchers and leaders, and other professionals in various fields for sustainable society. Their ideas, experiences, and expertise, and I know that this event may also provide opportunities to collaborate. Once again, and I would like to express my gratitude to organize research endeavors that may bring new knowledge or provide solutions to problems in our society. Moreover, I believe that the aim of this conference is to build this and establish new relationships in society through the invitation of various professionals and conference. Today, allow me to share researchers and leaders that was about to have various sustainable understanding ideas, title of the exercise. I know that this event is to provide opportunities to educate once again, so first, what is learning that may bring new knowledge or provide solutions many of us to problems in our terminology. Moreover, I believe that we probably have different ideas in mind, which is part of the learning invitation. There is international conference. So by definition, learning is allowing to share for researchers and learning disorders or learning courses, understanding and development of skills and examples. As a result, the person with learning disabilities may have new knowledge or provide solutions many of us are aware of this terminology and writing, reading, attention, understanding information, remembering things, hard organizing calculations, or coordinating international conference. So by definition, learning disabilities is learning to diagnose and according to the United States National Learning Disorders, as a result, the persons that learn set of children with no knowledge or provide solutions many of us are aware of this terminology and writing, however, attention, understanding information, remembering things, hard organizing calculations, or coordinating international conference. So they naturally is out in open right now so much learning diagnose warning operations or any ordinary United States national and right over from a person of their age. And finally, learning These abilities are considered as specific neurological impairments which are different from what we know as global intellectual or developmental disabilities such as the autism, ADHD, and others. Nevertheless, some of the most accomplished and influential people in the history have had learning disabilities, including Albert Einstein, who has dyslexia and ADHD, and widely acknowledged to be one of the greatest and most influential physicists at all times. We also have Leonardo da Vinci, who has dyslexia, who is well known for as a painter, an engineer, a scientist, and an architect. Same with Thomas Edison, who has dyscalculia and dyslexia and ADHD, who invented and developed many devices such as electric power generation, mass communication, and motion pictures, as well as Winston Churchill, who has dyslexia, a British statesman and soldier, and have served as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom twice. As we go on with our discussion, I will give you a primer about learning disabilities regarding its types, causes, symptoms, and others. So, what are the different learning disabilities? So again, learning disability is an umbrella that is an umbrella term that encompasses many types of specific learning disorders, including dyslexia, dysgraphia, dyscalculia, dyspraxia, auditory processing disorder, language processing disorder, nonverbal learning disability, and visual perceptual or visual motor deficits. So what are these learning disabilities? First is dyslexia. Dyslexia is the most common learning disability, which accounts for around 80% of all learning disability cases. And it is actually a language processing disorder, which is characterized by difficulty with speaking, reading, and writing or understanding words that can cause the person's vocabulary to develop in a slower pace. And it actually leads to issues with grammar, reading comprehension, and other language skills. The next learning disability is called dysgraphia. And people with dysgraphia may have difficulty in putting their thoughts into writing. And due to the issues with vocabulary, spelling, grammar, and memory and critical thinking, this condition is characterized by poor handwriting, as persons may struggle with letter spacing, spatial awareness, and motor planning. And dysgraphia can actually make it hard for persons to think and write simultaneously. The next learning disability is called dyscalculia, and it is actually sometimes called as math dyslexia. And this condition includes learning disorder related to the domain of mathematics, and such as difficulty with numbers, concepts, and reasoning. And people with dyscalculia may struggle to count money, read clocks, tell time, perform mental math calculations, and identify numbers and patterns and applying mathematical formulas. Next to dyscalculia, we also have what we call dyspraxia. And this learning disability is a lifelong trouble with movement and coordination. Actually, it is not a formal diagnostic term, but we can see that this term is being used especially in the United Kingdom. But the formal diagnosis for this is called developmental coordination disorder. It affects 6 to 10% of children, although this prevalence rate may be smaller than what is expected since many of the children with this condition may have never been officially diagnosed. And it is said to be 4 times more common in boys and girls. And children or people with this disability has challenges and struggles with balance, coordination, and motor skills, from simple skill like using a pencil to making large movements like kicking a ball and doing multi-steps like tying a shoelace. And it affects the patient's ability to perform a wide range of routinary tasks and can actually impact learning, working in the daily living. Next is auditory processing disorder. And people with this called APD may have difficulties processing sounds. And it is because of because their brain misinterprets the auditory information which is received by the ear. And as a result, they may be confused the order of the sounds in a certain word, or they may not be able to distinguish between sounds such as the teacher's voice and the background noise in the classroom. Next is what we call language processing disorder. So this one is a subset of the auditory processing disorder, which is characterized by difficulties with processing spoken language. And the person may have difficulty attaching meaning to sound groups representing words, sentences, and stories. Next is the nonverbal learning disability, or NVLD, which is characterized by difficulty interpreting nonverbal cues such as the facial expressions, the body language, tone of voice, and other nonverbal signals. Their nonverbal skills include motor, visual, spatial, and social skills. And NVLD is not an official diagnosis, but the challenges can actually impact the learning and the working of the individual. And likewise, they also make social interaction very hard for people with this kind of disability. Next is the visual perceptual or visual motor deficit. And people with this condition may have difficulty with hand-eye coordination and other motor activities. They may frequently lose their spot while reading or demonstrate unusual eye movements while reading or writing, or even confuse similar looking letters or have difficulty in navigating their environment and struggle to manage items like pens, pencils, crayons, glue, and scissors. So with the wide range of the learning disabilities that I have mentioned, it is very important that as teachers and as parents, we have the ability to see the common symptoms or the red flags of these learning disabilities so that we will be able to properly give them the right diagnosis and treatment that they deserve. Symptoms of learning disabilities includes but are not limited to poor memory, difficulty focusing, short attention span, difficulty with reading and writing, inability to distinguish between sounds, letters, and numbers, difficulty sounding out words, tendency to put numbers or letters in the wrong sequence, difficulty telling time, confusion between the right and the left, tendency to reverse letters, difficulty grasping certain words and concepts, disconnection between words and meaning, difficulty expressing thoughts and emotions, poor hand-eye coordination, delayed speech development, disorganization, trouble with listening and following instructions, inappropriate responses, restlessness and impulsiveness, tendency to act out, difficulty with discipline, resistance to change, and inconsistent performance on daily or weekly basis. Although it could be tiring because we have a long list of symptoms, but then since there is a variety or a wide range of disabilities, one or two of these symptoms may actually lead to proper diagnosis, or rather for earlier determination of the possible learning disabilities that the children may have. While all children struggle with some of these things from time to time during their school years, people with learning disabilities tend to have a cluster of the symptoms that persists even as they get older. So in short, it's condition that starts with young years until they get older, they have this condition. And according to the National Institute of Learning Development, frustration is one of the hallmarks of this condition, since people with learning disabilities often excel in some areas, but they do poorly in other areas and are often acutely aware of the gaps between what they can do and what they cannot do. Now, what causes learning disabilities? So learning disabilities are caused by different neurological functioning of the person's brain. And these differences can occur before the person is born, or during their birth, or in early childhood, and may be caused by factors such as maternal illness during the pregnancy of the mother, the birth complications that block the flow of oxygen to the body's brain, or certain genes that can make the person more genetically predisposed to developing or learning disability, or injury or illness such as meningitis in early childhood. Likewise, it can also be caused by health conditions such as cerebral palsy and Down syndrome, often involved in some extent of learning disability. However, it is important to take note that these learning disabilities should not be mistaken for learning problems that arise due to other factors, such as hearing, verbal or motor handicaps, intellectual disability, emotional disturbances, economic or cultural or environmental disadvantages. Now, how do we diagnose a child with learning disability? So, the right person to diagnose a child with a learning disability is, of course, our healthcare professionals. So, healthcare professionals can diagnose learning disabilities by using a process that might involve any of the following or a combination. Okay. So, first is the use of academic testing. Okay. Excuse me, I hear some background noise. Okay. Let me continue. So again, academic testing. First, of course, our professionals may provide or administer standardized achievement tests that can check the person's reading, writing, and arithmetic skills, as well as their intelligence quotient or IQ. If the person performs well on the IQ test but has a lower score in the achievement test, then it could be an indication that the child has learning disability. Again, children with learning disabilities are children with normal to above normal intelligence quotient. Next is through performance review. So the professional or the healthcare provider may review and evaluate the person's academic, professional, social, and developmental performance along with medical history. That which likely the professional could ask questions about the person's personal and family medical history. Likewise, a physical and neurological examination can also be used by conducting physical and neurological examination to check for other health conditions such as brain diseases, mental health conditions, and developmental and intellectual disabilities. So how do we along with diagnosing children with learning disabilities, it should be accounted that every learning disability has different symptoms, and everyone's experience of this condition is unique, as they may experience differences in frequency or intensity of their symptoms. Likewise, some people may have single or isolated learning difficulty that doesn't have a severe impact on their day-to-day life, whereas others may have several learning disabilities that overlap with each other and make it difficult for them to function without support. Now, how do we treat learning disabilities? Actually, learning disabilities are lifelong condition, and we cannot fix it or cure. However, with timely diagnosis, treatment, and support, people with learning disabilities can be successful at work, at school, among others in their communities. And treatment of learning disabilities may involve any of the following. We can have special education, where children with learning disabilities may benefit from education by specially trained teachers to perform comprehensive evaluation of the child's ability and help them build their strengths while compensating for their disability. Medication could also help because some people may need to take medications to improve their ability to focus and concentrate. Therapy is also can be also used for treatment, in which psychotherapy can help people with learning disabilities to deal with their emotional issues and develop coping skills. Other interventions may also help because people with learning disabilities may benefit from other interventions such as speech and language therapy. And among others, one of the important is the support groups. So people with learning disabilities, of course, together with their parents and family, need support group that can help them connect with others who have similar experiences. So with this, children with learning disabilities were found to be estimated to around 240 million children worldwide. Like all children, children with this learning disabilities have ambitions and dreams for their futures. And like all other children, they need quality education to develop their skills and realize their full potentials. Yet, sadly, children with learning disabilities are often overlooked in policy making, thus limiting their access to education and their ability to participate in school, economic, and social or political life. Worldwide, these children are among the most likely to be out of school, and they face persistent barriers to education stemming from discrimination, stigma, and the routine failure of decision makers to incorporate disability in school services. Robbed of the right to learn, children with learning disabilities are often denied the chance to take part of their communities and that the workforce the decision that most affect them. Sadly, learning disability is one of the most serious barriers to education across the globe. And to ensure that all children with learning disabilities will not be left behind, inclusive education is very important. But what is inclusive education? Well, inclusive education is an education system that includes all students and welcomes and supports them to learn whoever they are and whatever their abilities and requirements. This means that inclusive education makes sure that teaching and the curriculum, together with the school building, facilities, classrooms, play areas, transport, and toilet services are appropriate for all children at all levels. And inclusive education means all children learn together in the same school. Likewise, inclusive education is found to be the most effective way to give all children a fair chance to go out to school, learn and develop skills that they need to thrive. And inclusive education means that all children in the same classroom and in the same school. It means real learning opportunities for groups who are traditionally been excluded, and inclusive education has the system value has this inclusive system which value the unique contribution of students of all backgrounds bring to the classroom and allow diverse groups to grow side by side to the benefit of all. Simply, inclusive education means every child has the right to quality education and learning. And with the various difficulties and deficits encountered by children with learning disabilities, many of us might probably ask, isn't it better to separate children with learning disabilities who needs special attention? Well, the answer is no guarantee. According to studies, special education provides no guarantee of success for children who need special attention. Also, based on research, inclusive schools that provide supportive, context-appropriate conditions for learning demonstrate a far better outcome. Extracurricular activities, peer support, or more specialized interventions involve the entire community working as a team. So what are the elements of inclusive education? Well, we have three basic elements of the inclusive education. First is the use of teaching assistants or specialists. So this staff may have the potential to be inclusive or divisive. Of course, we are in the inclusive side. For instance, a specialist who helps teacher address the needs of all the students is working inclusively, while a specialist who pulls out students out of the class to work with them individually on a regular basis is not inclusive. Okay. Next is an inclusive curriculum. We need to ensure that the curriculum includes locally relevant themes and contributions by marginalized and minority groups. Likewise, we should avoid binary narratives of good and bad and allows adapting the curriculum to the learning styles of the children with special education needs. And finally, parental involvement is very important. So most of the schools strive for some level of parental involvement, but it's usually limited to emails at home and occasional parent-teacher conferences. What parental involvement that we wanted is to have a diverse school system in which inclusions means thinking about multiple ways to reach out to the parents on their own terms. But how are we going to advance to inclusive education? Well, to make inclusive education a reality, we need to do the following. First, we need to ensure that our educators have the training, the flexibility, and the resources to teach the students with diverse needs and learning styles. Second, we need to ensure that the kindergartens and schools receive adequate and sustainable financial support so that all activities and services are fully inclusive. Also, we need to empower our parents because they need to assert their children's right to education in inclusive settings. Also, we need to enable the entire community, including the mainstream and special educators, the social workers, the parents, and the students to work together and participate in the design, delivery, and monitoring of education, thereby reframing inclusive education as a shared responsibility. And finally, we need to hold our governments accountable for implementing anti-discrimination legislation, legal mandates for inclusion, and policies to remove barriers. With our efforts to ensure inclusive education for all children with learning disabilities, how do we ensure sustainability of inclusive education? Well, sustainable development is actually embedded in the ethos or the nature of inclusive education. Inclusive education resonates positively with widely agreed values of creating sustainable futures by emphasizing the value of each individual, embracing education for all, and promoting sustainable well-being in our communities. In the broad sense, inclusive education represents universal values of social justice and incorporates the idea of constantly evolving democracy. Our point of view is that our rallying for inclusive education may support the building of resilient and tolerant communities in our current pluralistic world and enhance the quality and equity in educational settings. In closing, let me again emphasize that every child, with or without learning disability, has the right to quality education and learning. So that ends my presentation. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Maraming salamat po. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you again, Dr. Sanchez. Yes, great. So to have our next speaker, so again, that's our keynote, Arman Santos. So to know more, we will be introducing our next speaker, our guest speaker, IFRSA, ISTPAAR, BKIF, and more, a lot more organization. I hope Dr. C would elaborate on those activities later in his discussion. He has been honored as a featured member by the World Academic Industry Research Collaboration Organization, or WIRCO, for the period of lifetime. Congratulations, Dr. C. His profile has been published in World Book of Researchers in 2018 at Oxford, United Kingdom. He has been honored with Letter of Appreciation by World Book of Records London for commendable achievements. He has been honored researcher in the Academy of Emeritus Professor in 2022. Furthermore, to mention, he is associated with Dr. Kalam International Foundation, DKIF, as Vice President and PRIPHBI Day Association India as Managing Director of the National Core Committee member. He is also a member of the National He has been esteemed to address World Peace Summit 2022 and various other conferences as keynote speaker. To his credit, goes 77 international and national conferences, FTPs, CDPs, and seminars and research in about 100 plus equivalent paper items and 1,000, even more than 1,000 projects to the students of BTech and MBA. It is my great honor and pleasure to again introduce Dr. Hardeep Singh for his keynote speech on the topic exploring the crucial role of self-confidence in conducting successful research. Good morning, Dr. Singh.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. बंद ही होगा. Yeah. Hello, good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
My screen is visible?
Yes.
Ma'am, my screen is visible.
Yes, yes.
Should I start now? Good morning to all the eminent personalities and the organizers of this conference, International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society, which is held at Jakarta, Indonesia. So, title of my today's keynote talk is Exploring the Crucial Role of Self-Confidence in Conducting Successful Research. So, dear participants, dear researchers, research requires a lot of hard work and perseverance. Research refers to the systematical and methodological investigation, exploration, and analysis of a particular topic or issue with the aim of discovering new knowledge, understanding, and insights. It is a process of inquiry that involves collecting and analyzing data, review literature and previous research, formulating hypotheses or questions, and drawing conclusions based on the evidence gathered. Research can be conducted in various fields such as science, social sciences, humanities, technology, and business. Its ultimate goal is to contribute to the advancement of the knowledge and the improvement of our understanding of the world around us. As we all know that research is essential for several reasons. There may be many reasons for doing the research. First is research helps to expand knowledge in a particular field or subject. By conducting research, we can learn more about a topic, gain a deeper understanding of its complexities, and develop new insights and perspectives. Secondly, research helps to solve problems and answer questions, whether it is finding a cure for a disease, developing a new technology, or investigating a social issue. Research can help us identify solutions and make progress towards addressing these challenges. One thing more I would like to mention that research becomes worthy, it becomes, you can say, fruitful only when we are giving a solution to the existing problem of the society. This is the main motto of the research. If our research cannot give a solution to any problem, then this research is of no use. Thirdly, research is essential for informed decision making. Governments, businesses, and individuals rely on research to inform their decisions on a range of issues from policy making to investment decisions. Overall, research plays a crucial role in advancing our understanding of the world, solving problems, society problems, and making informed decisions. So today I am talking about self-confidence and research, role of self-confidence in successful research. So self-confidence is the belief in one's abilities, qualities, and judgments. That self-confidence means confidence in yourself, your own abilities and qualities. It is the feeling of self-assurance that arises from an appreciation of one's own abilities or qualities. Self confidence helps in setting and achieving research goals. It enables researchers to take risks and explore new ideas. Self confidence is important in handling rejections and criticisms. Self confidence gives researchers the belief that they can achieve their goals. That is very much important. If the researcher doesn't have belief in his own self or doesn't have the belief that he can do this thing, he can prove this thing, he can achieve this goal, then I think researcher can do nothing. So self confidence plays a very important role in the life of researcher in achieving the goals, in achieving the, you can say, objectives. It helps in overcoming obstacles and setbacks during the research process. So obstacles are another part of our life, our professional life. When we start moving towards anything, any destination, many obstacles come in our way, and we should know how to overcome those obstacles. We should have confidence in ourselves to overcome those obstacles. Only after that we will be able to, you can say, perform a successful research, and we will be able to give a fruitful solution of the problem to the society. Then self confidence enables researchers to take risks and explore new ideas. We all know that risk taking is very much important in our life to be successful. A person who is not able to take risks, he cannot do anything. So self confidence enables to take risks, to do new research, to find the solutions for new problems and explore new ideas. It encourages researchers to step outside their comfort zones and pursue innovative research ideas. We all know that when we have to become successful, we have to come out of our comfort zone and pursue our, you can say, and to think about new ideas and work upon the new ideas, innovative ideas. Self confidence helps in dealing with the uncertainty that comes with exploring new ideas. Uncertainty is another thing, that we don't know the results. What will happen? The results will be positive or results will be negative. But we should have confidence in ourselves, self confidence, that helps us to move forward and deal with the uncertainty. And when you will work with full self confidence and with your positive attitude, with your self motivation, then there will be no uncertainty, and you will be able to deal with that thing, and you will explore new ideas. Hello. 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 Yes. Okay. Right. Right.
Dr. Singh, your PPT is not loading.
So, self confidence helps in handling rejections and criticisms. I have already talked that when we start doing something, when we start some project, there comes rejections in our way, criticism in our way. The people, they start criticizing us when we move towards the success or when we do something. There are, you can say, there are positive people, there are negative people. Some people, positive people even criticize, they help you to improve, they help you to do it good. And there are some negative people who criticize your work so that you may not move forward. If you do not have self confidence in yourself, researcher does not have self confidence in him, he will, you can say, stop that work, he will leave that work, leave that project. So self confidence is
Dr.
very much
Singh,
important
Dr.
in
Singh,
handling
Dr.
in
Singh,
handling rejection.
I'm
Yes, yes.
Dr. Singh, I'm afraid the PowerPoint is not visible. It's just the email that you are showing us. My apology.
Right.
The
Should
one that
I
I'm
will
seeing, yeah, right.
stop sharing and share again? Just
Technical
wait.
thing. Yes, yes, please do so. Thank you, Dr. Singh.
Is it visible now?
That's it. Better, Dr. Singh. Thank you. It's visible.
Is it visible? Should I
And
start
just
now?
zoom
Yes,
up.
So
sir.
self doubt is another thing. When we start doing something, doubts come in our mind, doubts come in the mind of the audience, in the you can say minds of the public. So to remove the doubts, to solve the doubts, that is very much important. The researcher should have experience, should have self confidence to remove that doubts, even the doubts of the public and the doubts of the population, and even his own doubts during the research process, which will impact their self confidence. So self confidence plays a very important role in, you can say, overcoming the self doubts. Then strategies such as self reflection, seeking support, and focusing on past success can help researcher overcome self doubt and maintain their confidence. So self doubt, overcoming the self doubts, doubts of the publication, doubts of the population, doubt of the audience, that is very much important. And self confidence is the only remedy that help you to solve the doubts, to remove the doubts, to overcome the doubts, so that you may present your successful, you can say, solution, successful research in front of the government, in front of the population. So self confidence. Next comes communicating findings. When you have done the full research, everything is, you can say, complete. Now you have to communicate the findings, you have to present the findings in front of the, you can say, population, in front of the society. Then for that communicating findings, for communicating the research in an, you can say, impressive way, in an effective way, your confidence matters a lot. Self confidence is very much important. Self confidence is crucial in communicating research findings, as it enables researchers to articulate their ideas and findings clearly and effectively. So the findings should be, you can say, communicated clearly and effectively. Only then it will do something for the society. If you are not able to communicate your findings clearly and effectively, then the public, the society will not come to know about the research, your research process, your research work, and they will not come to know what you have done for them. Researchers who lack self confidence may struggle to present their work to others or to engage in productive academic discussions. Next coming that I have talked about the role of self confidence in research, how self confidence works in doing successful research. Then how can we build that self confidence? Self confidence can be developed and strengthened over time. It can be built by setting small achievable goals and celebrating success. When you will be able to, when you will be setting small goals, you will be able to achieve those goals. And you know, when you achieve any goal, when you when you achieve any success, there is an happiness in ourselves, there is a pleasure in ourselves, and we need to celebrate that success. When you celebrate that success, we achieve that goals, a motivation comes inside you. That is called self motivation, and that motivation that pushes you toward the success, toward achieving the major goals. So small achievable goals are very much required. When you set the small achievable goals, achieve them, and celebrate the success, that builds self confidence in you. Self confidence can be improved by seeking feedback and focusing on strengths. Feedback is another very important thing. Feedback tells you what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses, where you need to be improved, what are the lacking points, what are the limitations, and you work upon that, and you start moving towards your goals, and that again builds self confidence in you. When you improve your limitations, improve your lackings, your negative points, and focusing on strength, you should empower your strengths. The strength should be empowered. By empowering your strengths, you become more strong, self confidence is built, and you are able to, you can say, complete your research project. Then comes how to overcome the self confidence, lack of self confidence. When there is lack of self confidence in the researcher, how can he overcome that? First is accept yourself as you are, then appreciate your own achievements. I have already talked that achievements and successes need to be celebrated and appreciated. Avoid comparison, stop being a people pleaser, then stop thinking too much, know yourself, let your emotions out, make changes in your lifestyle. When there are some changes required, some, you can say, there are negative points, you need to improve them, you should make the changes and build your self confidence and work towards the successful research. So lastly, concluding my talk, self confidence plays a critical role in research. It helps in setting and achieving research goals, exploring new ideas, and handling rejections and criticism. Self confidence is an essential attribute for researchers as it impacts several aspects of the research process. And the researchers who possess self confidence are more likely to set ambitious goals, undertake complex studies, and communicate their findings effectively, which can lead to successful outcomes for a sustainable society. Researchers can improve their self confidence by setting small achievable goals, seeking feedback, and focusing on their strengths. So, lastly, I would like to thank once again the organizers of this conference, International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society, Jakarta, Indonesia. So my talk is over. Any query, any question anybody like to ask, I am free to answer that question. Thanks once again.
Yes. Again, thank you very much, Dr. Singh, for that wonderful presentation. We hope we can contact, can we have your email if ever our participants would like to directly connect with you?
फोटो खिंचिए कितने खिंचते छेती
From
बंद हो जाना
yeah. So again, that's the
ਉਹਦੀ ਖਿੱਚ
Hartap
ਸਕਰੀਨ ਦੀ
Singh in his
ਸਕਰੀਨ
presentation on
ਸਕਰੀਨ ਦੀ
confidence.
ਬਸ ਸਕਰੀਨ
Okay, so we'll be taking a 15-minute break. Is Professor Balbas around? Dr. Hazard Balbas, Assalamu alaikum, are you with
ਛੱਡ
us? We will take a 15-minute break, and then Dr. Technical team, technical team,
स्नैपचैट है मैंने सेव कर लिया
we'll take a 15-minute break first. To all our participants and our presenter, we'll be back. It's 11:08. We'll be back at 11:23, and we will have Dr. Balbas to Okay. Again, thank you. We'll see you in 15 minutes. Yeah.
ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦਾ ਹੀ ਆ ਹੈਲੋ
Yes, yeah, yes, ma'am. Now then,
Dear participants, again, I have posted in the chat box. We'll have 15-minute break. So just 15 minutes break. My apology with the time confusion. Just 15-minute break. We'll be back by 10:23. I have posted it in the chat box. We'll be back by 10:23. Okay. Technical. So again, hope you enjoy your 15-minute break. We'll now continue our it believe Dr. Professor Rada Barbas is already here. Assalamualaikum, Professor Barbas. Yeah. So moving forward, I guess Professor Barbas got disconnected again. So we'll just move forward with the next speaker. So before we move forward, again, this conference, the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society, is brought to you by the Core Research Foundation in association with STAT Office Kaiser Balbaz is a lecturer in Statistics Department and College of Administration and Economics at University Erbil. He is PhD in Statistics Department at Salah University and was the third among 132 students with an average of 85.516 in 2007. He has taught several classes. He has taught, I'll be turning off my video. He has taught several classes, particularly in applied statistics, principles of statistics, sampling survey, regression models, SPSS, and academic debate. He got promoted from assistant lecturer to lecturer on the 17th of January in 2018, and he gained a PhD in statistics department at Salahuddin University in 19th of October 2022. He was promoted from lecturer to assistant professor on April 10, 2013, and he is the founder of the STAT Office for Statistical Data Analysis and Training in Iraq. This center is helping undergraduate and graduate students in writing their thesis or dissertation, especially in practical section. The STAT Office also works with several master's and PhD students as external supervisor. Professor Hazar Balbas also has published 14 papers. Three of them are in Scopus, and one of them is in Thomson Reuters, and currently has 89 citations. Also, he has written an academic book, An Elementary of Statistics in the English Language, which is helpful for all students who study in statistics department and in other different majors. Again, I would like to invite Professor Hazard Talat Abubakar Balbas. Assalamualaikum, Professor. The topic would be most common mistakes in quantitative data analysis. Technical. Technical team. I believe Professor Balbas has this video. Can you play it for us now? Oh, Assalamualaikum. Dr. Hazard is already here with us. Dr. Hazard, you can share your screen right now. I guess we are having some technical difficulty regarding the connection of our guest speaker, and we will be playing his video presentation.
Hello, dear all. I'm so glad to be here again and again for the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society. Our topic to be for today, common mistakes in
Technical, we're not
quantitative
hearing
data
any audio.
analysis. For sure, this is important for most of the researchers, masters or PhD students to know what's the mistakes in data analysis. The first is
Does our participant, Dr. Sabado, are we hearing any audio? Is there any audio? Yeah, thank you.
hello, dear all. I'm so glad to be here again and again for the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society. Our topic to be for today, common mistakes in quantitative data analysis. For sure, this is important for most of the researchers, masters or PhD students to know what's the mistakes in data analysis. The first error or first mistake is inadequate configuration, okay? For example, if you see in here, from the hypothesis that have been written, the relationship between two variables, for example, relationship between age and systolic blood pressure. The hypothesis is clear. Once you go to the analysis, you see they have been doing descriptive statistics such as mean, median, mode, and extra. Oh, it said the correlation, the relationship. So it's totally wrong. Depend on the hypothesis that you have it in here, the correct analysis would be correlation between age and blood pressure,
The
which is one
technical,
of
we
the
believe there's
influential
no audio
statistics
on the
tests.
presentation.
Once you know you have the correlation between the age and blood
Technical
pressure
team,
of sure
kindly fix the audio. We are not hearing any. Thank you.
hello, dear all. I'm so glad to be here again and again for the International Conference on
The
Multidisciplinary
audio
Approach
is
for
still muted.
Sustainable Society. Our topic to be for today, common mistakes in quantitative data analysis. For sure, this is important for most of the researchers, masters or PhD students to know what's the
Again, we
mistakes
are technically
in
currently having some
data
difficulty in the
analysis.
audio of the presentation. Let's again
The first error or first
have
mistake
and
is
welcome our
inadequate
participants and
configuration.
guests
Okay.
to
For example, if you see
international
in here,
conference. Yeah.
from the hypothesis that have
Hello.
been written, the relationship between two variables, for example,
Hello.
relationship between age and systolic blood pressure. The hypothesis is clear. Once you go to
Okay, now
the
we're feeling the
analysis,
audio,
that
but
you
the slides
see
isn't.
they have been doing descriptive
Technical.
statistics such as mean, median, mode, and extra. Oh, it's it, the correlation, the relationship. So
Technical.
it's totally wrong. Depend on the hypothesis that you have it in here, the correct analysis would be correlation between age and blood pressure, which is one of the inferential statistics test. Once you know you have the correlation between the age and blood pressure of sure, this is the positive correlation. Once the age is increasing, the blood pressure increasing too. Then you can go to further to do some other analysis like the regression analysis, how much the age gonna affect the blood pressure. The second one, not having the enough sample size. Nowadays, we know the research important.
The presentation with the
How are you gonna get the strongest research once you have a great methodology? The great methodology should include the great sample size. It means the enough sample size.
So if you try and
if you have the enough sample size, it means it's gonna represent the entire population that you have it.
I'll just
If you collected less
go to
sample
the next
size that
speaker.
you needed, someone else said, that's not gonna represent the entire population that you have it. If you collected more samples that you needed, it's gonna take a cost and lose the time. That's why I'm gonna suggest you to follow one of the formula to get the exact sample size, such as for Cochrane formula.
Dr. Jacob, maybe invite
We have two Cochrane formula. First one N naught without the population size. The second one with the population size, which we're gonna substitute the first one to the second equation. What we need in here, you need the confidence level, 95% or 99%, whatever you want. You need the P as a proportion. Okay.
So
most of the time you're gonna set 50% if you don't know anything about the population. If you know the population is clear and you know how much the proportion for that population, for example, if you said how many adults they're gonna use the smartphone in Iraq. Iraq is the population size.
So we'll move forward.
The adults who are gonna use the smartphone is a part of that population. It means this is the proportion for that population.
Work as the vice rector for student affairs
If
and
we
cooperation at
can
the
find such a great proportion of the correct proportion, which is good.
Columnist at Indonesia's leading online
Otherwise,
news called
you can go to see some other papers, some other research to see what's the exact proportion for that population.
Hydropower electronics, strength of materials,
if you couldn't find anything,
transfer.
It's okay.
He also serves as a reviewer in the reputable Scopus and Web of Science Index Journal, including the IEEE transactions and power
most of the time you're gonna put 5%.
Communication
if
and
you
materials
make
today.
less
Again, let us welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Jacob F.N. Ditan.
the increasing number of
you may share your slides.
Okay, thank you, Miss
accurate
Salima, for the warm introduction. I'm sorry, I'm on my way, so if
population size.
I'm not in a good view, I apologize for that.
And is a
I
population
shared
size.
my materials with
If you have this
one of the
information,
organizing
just
committee,
put it
so
from
please
the
share the
formula
material
that
for
you
me.
have it it's going to give you the exact sample size, which is
Technical
278.
team, kindly share the materials of
If you
Dr.
cannot do it by yourself, by hand, you can use that link online to see what's the exact sample size. Here are three, which is important. Once you know how many cases you needed as a sample from the population, you have to figure out which sampling you're going to use it. Probability
Our
sampling
technical team is preparing for
or
the video. Again, the
non-probability
topic that
sampling.
would be discussed
From the
by Dr.
probability
Jacob
sampling,
is
it
on the
means
importance of
every single
hydrogen
case has
energy
equal chance
in
to be selected.
Indonesia. Technical.
What you have it in here, sample, stratified, systematic, cluster, and multi-stage.
Yes, can you please share screen for me?
If you think as a researcher that your samples don't follow to the equal cases or everyone has some same chances to be selected, you're going to go to the probability sampling. Because from the non-probability sampling, there is no equal chance. Might be I'm going to select him, but not here, and they not them, and so on. I'm going to decide who would be in this sample. For example, as a coach for the football team, I'm going to select 21 players, depend on their skills, age, weight, speed, and so on. There is no randomization as we had in the probability sampling. You're going to decide who would be in your team as a sample that's going to represent the entire population. In the future, you believe yourself that's going to represent the entire population. How many types you have it in for non-probability? Convenience, judgment, quota, and snow. Of sure, each of them, they have a different criteria. Another one, the error 4 would be using a statistical test that is inappropriate
Right, thank you
for
for
the type
sharing
of
the
the
screen.
data.
So this is the topic.
For
Be
example,
talking
you have
about
the
the
data,
importance of hydrogen
but we're going to
energy
use
in Indonesia.
the wrong
Please
test.
proceed.
It means
Next, please.
each of the data has different kind of the test. You have to be careful. How many types of the data or variables you have it? Scale or categorical. From the scale, you have nominal and ordinal. Nominal like the gender, male, female. Types of the color, favor of the foods, and so on. Ordinal, also it's contain the text or alphabetics, but in here we're going to arrange it from the smallest value to the largest value. For example, level of education, primary school, high school,
I
diploma,
apologize, Dr.
bachelor,
Jacob. We're
master,
just
and so on.
trying to contact with the
First
technical,
stage, second stage,
so you can
third
play your
stage,
video.
and so on.
And so,
Under the skill, as a second type of the data or variable, you have the discrete. In here, there is a number that you can count it, like age, 24 years. Number of the family, 7 members as a family. You never ever said this family has 3.4 children. No, you cannot say. You have to say 3 children or 4 children. That's continuous. In here, the decimals acceptable, like I am 62 kilograms, 0.2 grams.
Okay, please move to the second slide, please.
The height of this man is 170.60. The point is acceptable in here as a continuous. Error or mistake 5. That's really, really important.
Can you present the slide
Avoid
on full
complicated
screen?
statistical analysis. Great thesis or paper or research is not depend on that you have used a complex statistical analysis,
Dr. Jacob, you may
but it
proceed.
depends
It's
on
visible though it's not in full screen.
that you have been
There's
using
some
the
issues with
correct,
using
the
GeoMute in
exact,
terms of
the
full
precise
screen
case,
in the presentation, but definitely your slides are
depend
visible.
on the data, the hypothesis that you
Okay,
have.
so basically,
Nowadays,
the
most of
use
the
of
researchers
hydrogen
they
is
said
important in
we're gonna be
Indonesia
challenged
because,
to
as
do
we
the
can see
complex,
worldwide,
hardest statistical
that
test.
the
No,
increase
don't
of
do that.
carbon dioxide emission is
Do what you need.
obvious
Do
for
what your
us.
data set needs.
So one of
Do
the
what your
effective ways to
hypothesis
tackle this is by
needed to
introducing
approve it.
renewable energy technology, and hydrogen is one of them. Okay, please
You never
move
ever
forward.
be a smart researcher
Few slides down.
to make complicated statistical analysis while you don't need it. It means you're gonna find out the
Okay,
correct,
please.
the
Okay,
precise statistical data
keep going,
analysis
please.
depend on the data set or hypothesis that you have.
Yes, you can
And
see from
that's
that figure that renewable energy-based power plants are still limited in our country because in our country we mainly depend on fossil fuels based on coal power plant. So we have coal power plant as well as diesel power plant. These are still the main key players in our country, contributing to a significant carbon dioxide emission in our country. So my research is how can we introduce a more environmentally friendly material so that we can use to reduce the emission of carbon dioxide. Okay, please move forward. Few slides down, please. Yes, please keep going. Okay, please keep going. Yeah, we can see here if compared to Australian electricity generated by fuel cell mix, they have also renewables more significant compared to Indonesia. This is in terms of Australia. Okay, please go ahead. One more slide down, please. Yes, and this one is for the UK. It has gas, if you can see there, with nuclear and wind, solar, as well as a small amount of coal used. So in the UK, it's the opposite to Indonesia. They have limited amount of coal used for electricity generation, but in our country in Indonesia, we use mainly coal. So that's a big problem for our country. You can see the air pollution level in Jakarta is also in a bad condition compared to other developed country, of course. Okay, please move forward. Yes, Sweden even best in terms of using renewable energy. If you can see from these charts, they're leading the world in terms of renewable energy power plants. They show that we can actually live by mainly using renewable energy based power plants, not using these conventional fossil fuel based power plants. So this should be motivation for us in Indonesia too, because we also have a good potential that we can maximize to use renewable energy based power plants in our country from now on to the future. Okay, please keep going. Yes, this is the data that I have obtained from this survey here. We can see that There are various sources of air pollution in our country, including vehicles, coal combustion, construction activities. But the majority of this pollution comes from these vehicles used, because in Jakarta itself we have more than 40 million people staying in one city. So it's like putting the entire Australian population into one city. So we have a very congested area to live with lots of vehicles, traffic jams, and this is contributing to the worsening of air pollution. Okay, please keep going. Okay, please skip this few slides up to the hydrogen part, please. Yes, this is one of the solution, the hydrogen vehicle. I believe that you have heard about electric vehicle. It's popular right now, but hydrogen maybe is new for some of you. So what is basically a hydrogen vehicle? Hydrogen is similar to electric vehicle. It uses electricity to power the engine. So instead of using a combustion, well, we burn the fuel, this you use electricity. However, with electric vehicles, we store the electricity inside a battery. So we store the electricity inside the battery to power our vehicle. But with hydrogen, we store the hydrogen in a tank, and then we use it to to supply the fuel cells, and then the fuel cell is used to generate electricity. So the main advantage of hydrogen electric vehicle is you can quickly fill your tank and you can keep going. This is not the case with electric vehicle. The normal electric vehicle, you have to spend at least 8 hours to charge your vehicle, because you have to spend at least 8 hours. The problem is with recharging time. So recharging time is the main problem with electric vehicles that is not present with hydrogen vehicle. That's why hydrogen is interesting here, because we can use this friendly technology for environment, but we don't have to wait to recharge or to refill our tank. Okay, so this is the comparison, the hydrogen vehicles with electric vehicles and petrol or diesel vehicle. However, you can see that the price of hydrogen fuel cell vehicle is expensive. Yeah, so it is more expensive compared to the conventional electric vehicle. One of the main reasons is the use of expensive platinum in the catalyst of the fuel cell. That's why my research is to find out how can we reduce the cost of these hydrogen vehicles. You can please continue. Yes, this is the current system. When you have to store hydrogen in a high pressure tank, you can see the pressure there is 700 bar, whereas the pressure for your normal car tires are only 33 psi, or equals to 2.0 or 2.2 bar. So that's the pressure of your car tire compared to the pressure of a hydrogen tank. That's why it's too heavy, it's too expensive to run this technology. The solution is to use nano materials. Okay, so please move forward. This is a typical physical based carbon fiber hydrogen storage tank, where you can store hydrogen, a high pressure tank, but lightweight. So it won't be too heavy for your car. It is safety as well. This is a carbon fiber tank, and we can explore more of alternative methods using my research, whereas we investigate the use of nanomaterials by absorbing hydrogen on the top or on the surface of these nanomaterials. So please move forward. This is what we call as adsorbent. So we have chemical materials where we can use them to store hydrogen and release them when we need it. Okay, please continue. Yeah, this is the typical fuel cell working principle. We have hydrogen from the left hand side coming in, and then we split hydrogen into electrons, E minus, to give us electricity, and then we transfer H plus or proton through the membrane in the middle. The expensive platinum is located on the left hand side to split that electron and proton. So we can replace this expensive platinum as well by combining nanomaterials such as carbon nanotubes, graphene, and other nanomaterials to reduce the amount of platinum so that the cost of these fuel cells will be decreased. It will be cheaper for us to use it. Okay, please keep going. This is what I measure. I measure the thermal properties as well as mechanical properties of these nanomaterials when combined with hydrogen atoms. This is the actions that should be taken as recommended by United States Department of Energy. Okay. Please keep going. So this is how I measure the mechanical properties. We pull the nanosheet. This is called the combination of graphene combined with HBN or hexagonal boron nitrate nanosheets. And then we put hydrogen on the top of the sheet. If you can see here, there are hydrogen atoms placed on the top of this nanosheet. It's like a piece of paper, but it's made by carbon atoms as well as boron atoms and nitrogen atoms. Okay, please move forward. Few slides down. Okay, please continue. Few slides down. Keep going. Okay, please continue. Yes, from this figure we can see here that a pristine nanosheet or the one without hydrogen has the highest Young's modulus, means it is stronger than the other types of nanosheets that we studied. It means that when we place hydrogen on the top of this nanosheet, there will be a reduction of strength of this material. This material become less strong. That's why this should be taken into consideration when we use these nanomaterials to store hydrogen. If we use it to store hydrogen, when we design the hydrogen storage system, you should consider that it will be weaker than the pristine nanosheets. So this is an important finding for those engineers that try to construct a hydrogen-based storage system using nanomaterials. This is also can be seen from the stress strain curve, where we have the highest one is for the pristine one without hydrogen, and with hydrogen there is a decline of a stress that can be withstand by this material. Okay, please move on. You can see that without hydrogen, the left-hand side breaks up without hydrogen. But when we put hydrogen on the right-hand side, it breaks there. So hydrogen contributes to the declining of strength of the area where you put the hydrogen on the top of them. So this is what we can see from this simulation result. Okay, please move few slides down. Okay, keep going. Yes, even there are, you can see from these figures, previous one showing that there is a rippling for the pristine sheet even before we pull them up. So before we pull them apart, there is rippling there. And this one we can see the stress contour plot, which means that with the red area means it withstand higher stress in the area where you place hydrogen. Okay, please move forward. Okay, and then we change the way we store hydrogen. Instead of placing hydrogen on the top of the nanosheet, now we place hydrogen as bridges next to the hexagonal structure. And surprisingly, we obtain different results. Please move forward. Okay, keep going. Few slides down. Keep going until the graph showing results. Yes, this one. This one here, we can see here that armchair borophene, yes, armchair borophene compared with zigzag borophene and armchair borophene and zigzag borophene. Borophene means the one with hydrogen. This means that actually by putting hydrogen, it gets stronger. So on the contrary to the previous results where we have a weakening effect, this time the sheet becomes stronger when you place hydrogen as bridges next to the hexagonal structure. This is also an important finding where we can show to the engineers, if you want to show or if you want to store the hydrogen, it's better to place them as bridges next to this hexagonal structure rather than placing them on the top of the structure. Okay, please go to the few slides down. Okay, this is the thermal conductivity as well. Thermal conductivity, we also studied how can this material be used to transfer heat, because it is important to know if we want to move heat from one side to the other side to displace the heat as quickly as we want, as quickly as we can. So we studied this and we also found that there is no problem by placing hydrogen as bridges next to the hexagonal structure. The heat transfer properties are not decreased by this position. On the other hand, if we place hydrogen on the top of the nanosheet, when we study the thermal conductivity, we have a declining effect as well, similar to the mechanical effect. So my recommendations will be, you can see from the last slide, please. Okay, these are the recommendations that we can increase the use of renewables for electricity generation, and the government should develop a serious plan for replacing conventional vehicles with eco-friendly ones. And for Indonesian government, we really need to limit the use of coal for electricity generation. I think this is also a similar case to other countries like Malaysia, our neighboring countries. So that's all from me. Thank you very much for the organizing committee for giving me the chance to share my work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jacob. We wish you well in invention of yours in terms of hydrogen electric car, inshallah. So our next keynote speaker that we introduce to you. Our next keynote speaker is Dr. Rosemary D. Sabado. He is an educational leader with 22 years of experience as an education leader and has a total of 28 years as an academician. She graduated with a bachelor's degree in elementary and secondary education, major in English, Master of Arts in Education, major in Administration and Supervision, and a Doctor of Education, major in Educational Management as Magna Cum Laude. Dr. Sabada is a recipient of awards and recognitions for her significant contribution in the community and in the academe, such as Asia's Most Outstanding Dean. Recently, 2023, congratulations, man. Asia's most Asia's most outstanding achiever in the field of education and empowered professional leader of the year. Just recently, she received an International Leadership Award for having demonstrated exceptional excellence in the highest standards of ethical conduct, integrity, and civic and social responsibility, thereby raising the bar of living for others. Dr. Sabado is an active officer and members of various organizations focusing on educational management, research, and community service. The Lions Club International, Philippine Association for Teachers and Educators, Asian Society of Teachers and Researchers, to name a few. Dr. Sabado is an author of a handbook in mentoring and a research presenter both in local and international organizations such as Canada, Thailand, Vietnam, USA, Australia, and UAE. She has been serving as an accreditor of the Association for Local Colleges and University Commission and Accreditation, ALCOA, and a continuing professional development CPD monitoring in the Professional Regulation Commission. At present, she is the Dean of the College of Education and the Vice President for Academic Affairs of the Laguna University in the Philippines. She is always guided by her personal mantra, serve with humility and integrity for God and humanity. Let us all welcome and a round of applause to Dr. Rosemary T. Sabado. Welcome, ma'am, and good day.
Thank you so much for that very kind introduction. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes? Okay, thank you so much. So, a pleasant day to all of you. It is such an honor and a privilege to be with the distinguished men and women all over the globe who share the same desire to be a part in making divergent paths to a sustainable society through education. To give you a guide on what will transpire during my talk, first I will be giving you an introduction, followed by the discussion of the different challenges that we face, and then I will be talking about the competencies that we need to have to be able to address the challenges mentioned. And also, I will be talking about how we can collaborate so that we'll be able to contribute to help solve the challenges or address the challenges mentioned. And finally, I will be giving all of you the summary of my talk. As mentioned by the person who introduced me, I am a full-fledged educator who has dedicated most of my time mentoring the students who will soon become professional teachers. For 3 decades now, I have trained thousands of student teachers with the mission to develop teachers with character and competence. And that is, and they should serve with integrity for God and humanity. This, I think, is very crucial, knowing that teachers have long been recognized as having an integral role to play in nation building and development, given the nature of their role in facilitating knowledge, growth, and development. In the current thrust towards the building of sustainable societies, this role takes on even more significance. Within this context, the role of the teacher is not simply of transmitting knowledge and perpetuating existing cultural norms, but rather teachers must assume a transformative role in which they act as catalysts for change and in helping to create the society that we would like to have. To be transformative agents of change, teachers need to be empowered on several fronts. In the first instance is the issue of capacity building, and that is equipping teachers with the knowledge and other competencies that they need to help develop citizens who possess the attitudes, values, and social aspirations needed to address the interplay among the three dimensions of a sustainable society. These are the economic, the social, and environmental. In the decade leading up to 2020, there was a significant, very slow progress towards making education and work more equitable and inclusive, as mentioned by the OECD Executive Chairman Klaus Schwab. It became worse as global lockdowns emerged in all parts of the globe in 2020. Educational institutions were closed, and their traditional systems have been forced to transition into contemporary forms of education in a new educational arena of digital learning. More than 1.6 billion students in over 190 countries have been affected by this transition, and the facilitation of effective and quality education has been deeply challenged. 370 million of this population have indefinitely stopped attending school due to government mandates of school closure in an attempt to curb the further spread of the pandemic among the youth population. And that is according to Goldberg and Reed. The The initial short-term disruption of education during the early stages of the pandemic has created a long-term chilling effects on households and the learner's mental and psychological state in the abrupt transition from interactive learning forms to now digitalized forms of learning. With the transmissible nature of the pandemic, social distancing measures have taken place in educational institutions, which raised an array of concerns about the effectiveness of education and how it has challenged learning in a distant student-teacher format. Indeed, the pandemic has made it more challenging to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, which is on quality education. I will be discussing the three C's relative to educators as vanguards or frontliners of a sustainable society. To be able to do our share as educators and responsible citizens, we have to identify the challenges and find out how we can contribute in addressing those. The first challenge, as identified by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals Report in 2022, that was just last year, and they have identified the following challenges. Number one is that 147 million children are estimated to have missed more than half of their in-class instruction over the past 2 years due to school closures caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. This generation of children could lose a combined total of $17 trillion in lifetime earnings in present value. Also, data from 73 countries, mostly in the low and middle income bracket, indicate that between 2013 and 2021, about 7 to 10 children who were 3 and 4-year-olds are developmentally on track. Also, only 20% of countries undertook significant measures to provide additional mental health and psychosocial support for students after school reopening. Another challenge is that most countries have not received gender parity in the proportion of children meeting minimum learning proficiency standards in reading and in lower secondary completion rate. Also, in 2022, about 1/4 of primary schools globally did not have access to basic service such as electricity, drinking water, and basic sanitation facilities. The transition from contemporary forms of education to a new educational arena of digital learning has not been even considered yet, which I think is also a challenge, right? Digital literacy of teachers in effectively utilizing and applying new technologies and maintaining or strengthening learning outcomes, which raises the concern of the intra and inter-regional disparity, not only in technological development and literacy, but more so in the disparities of accessing higher quality education within the next years, and that is according to Azevedo et al. In 2020. The second C, aside from challenges that I would like to discuss, are the competencies that we all have to have. So what are the knowledge, skills, and values that our citizens need to address so that our citizens will be able to address these challenges? And then what is the role of the educators in ensuring that our citizens acquire these competencies? Strategies and budgets with short, medium, and long-term targets in order to develop the teachers' competencies and unlock their power of digital learning must be addressed. And so therefore, or it must be established rather. These strategies will hopefully apply or assist teachers to progress across the following three areas of concerns. Number one is the competencies of our teachers and some of our citizens in terms of content. Um, we may establish and iteratively improve public digital learning platforms with high quality curriculum aligned education resources, ensuring that they are free, open, and accessible for all. And then we may also ensure that these platforms empower teachers, learners, families support accessibility and sharing of content and meet the diverse needs of users, including learners with disabilities, speakers of minority languages, girls and women, as well as refugees and people on the move. The second C, wherein we need to improve our competencies on, is on capacity. We may achieve universal digital literacy for education and other empowering purposes in order to close long-standing digital skills and gender divides. We may also build the capacity of all teachers and relevant education personnel so they can harness the power of digital resources to support their students to learn, leveraging existing tools and alliances, including the UNESCO ICT competency, the framework for teachers and global education. The third C is on connectivity. We have to connect every school to the internet and to facilitate the extension of internet services to households and individuals in order to provide additional avenues to education and lifelong learning. We may also adopt a whole of government approach and leveraging existing initiatives. So to implement the policies, regulations, technologies, and financing required to ensure that school connectivity is safe, is sustainable, and is equitable. To ensure that digital learning helps close educational divides, policies, actions, and investments may be recalibrated to cater the needs of those who are less fortunate. Above all this, we must equip teachers with the professional literacies they need in terms of their knowledge of students and their respective disciplines and an understanding of the relationship between policy frameworks and their practice. Then we must respect that as practicing professionals, teachers, their 2 cents matter. They have a vantage point that others don't have. The information and the experience gained at this vantage point positions teachers to make meaningful contributions that have the potential to aid in achieving quality education. But they must be given opportunity to exercise their professional judgment. And then finally, the last C is on collaboration. A collaboration that is really sustainable. How could teachers, schools, and their collaborators create successful and lasting partnership within existing constraints of the school and educational system? There are success factors in building partnerships, and those are the following. Number one is a shared purpose. So partnerships are a valuable tool to drive change towards more responsible, inclusive, and sustainable growth. They can also serve as a platform for convening and coordinating the diverse actions of numerous actors and for building mutually reinforcing linkages between the different sectors and sustainable development goals. Yet, they are not a panacea, and most partnerships are difficult to build and challenging to sustain and scale. They often entail high transaction costs, and there is a need, in many cases, to strengthen partnership governance and accountability. as well as operational efficiencies and effectiveness. Partnerships has become one of the essential leadership imperatives of the 21st century. As what I have mentioned, the first success factor in building partnership is a shared purpose. Under the shared purpose, a compelling agenda for change may led by strong champions who are leaders in their own organizations, may be able to take decisions, allocate resources, motivate and mobilize others, and support a long-term commitment. Also, under the shared purpose, the collaborators may jointly agree public commitments and a strategic plan for achieving them, based on rigorous consultations and relevant baseline evidence, with clearly defined roles and responsibilities for every participant. Also, understanding of the full value chain or ecosystem required for transformation and ability to there holistically coordinate activities or stakeholders across this system or target specific intervention that mutually reinforce those of others. The second success factor is a rigorous process and operational alignment. Effective implementation capability enabled by dedicated and well-resourced backbone support, committed practitioners from participant organizations who have the necessary authority and skills to engage, and effective communication and conflict resolution processes that enable regular and rigorous dialogue and feedback. Also, under the rigorous process and operational alignment, a strong alignment with the leverage of partners' core competencies and interests may also be conducted. The third success factor is on good governance and mutual accountability. Mutually agreed metrics and governance mechanisms to track performance and ensure rigorous oversight and accountability, both within the partnership itself and extremely with relevant stakeholders, including beneficiaries and vulnerable groups where relevant. Also, participatory monitoring and independent evaluation approaches
Hello,
that
dear all.
facilitate
I'm so
fair,
glad to be here again and
and
again for
consistent
the
decision
International
making,
Conference
in
on
addition to ensuring
Multidisciplinary Approach
transparency
for
and
Sustainable
accountability.
Society.
And
Our
finally,
topic to be for
flexibility
today,
to course correct,
common mistakes
be
in quantitative
adapted
data
based on the
analysis.
evolving
For sure, this is
circumstances
important for most
that
of the
continuous
researchers,
yeah,
masters, or
that's the
PhD
flexibility and
students
adaptation.
to know what's the
Indeed,
mistakes
effective partnership building,
in
especially
data
across sectors,
analysis.
requires new mindsets and
The
skill
first
sets
error or
on
first
the
mistake
part
is
of
inadequate
individuals and new
configuration. Okay.
capabilities and
For
incentives
example, if you
on
see
the
in
part
here
of the
from the
institution.
hypothesis,
It requires patience, persistence, and a long-term commitment in an era of short attention spans, accelerating and disruptive change, and short-term performance pressures on companies, educational institutions, and governments alike. None of this is easy, yet it is essential work if we are to make progress at the scale and systemic impact that are required. Simply put, without more and more effective cross-sector collaboration, it will not be possible to mobilize the resources and capabilities needed to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, more specifically on SDG number 4, which is quality education. To sum up, educators are being at the forefront of sustainable society in terms of quality education should be able to, number one, identify the challenges at hand, and then develop the skills to deliver correct content, enhance capacity, and utilize digital connectivity. And finally, educators and citizens alike must be a part of a healthy and meaningful collaboration. Thank you everyone for patiently listening to me. Let us always be reminded by the words of Andres Skate, the quality of an education system can never exceed the quality of its teacher. So let us all invest on the training of our teachers for them to be able to deliver and be a part of quality education. Once again, I'm Dr. Sabado from Laguna University. I thank you all for patiently listening to me. Have a great day ahead and I am looking forward to personally meeting all of you. Magandang umaga po. Terima kasih.
Dr. Sabado on his challenges, competition, collaboration, sustainable education. Now, moving forward, we will finally, hopefully, finally, our technical team is ready. Then playing Dr. Hazan Talat Abu Bakr Balbas discussion on the most common mistakes in quantitative data analysis. Technical team again, we would like to, while we're playing again, thank you again, Dr. Sabado, for the discussion on the sustainable education. Our technical team, Mr. Darshan, kindly play the presentation of our keynote speaker, Dr. Balbas. We're playing the video. Uh, yes, there you have it.
Hello, here all. I'm so glad to be here again and again for the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society. Our topic to be for today, common mistakes in quantitative data analysis. For sure, this is important for most of the researchers, masters or PhD students to know what's the mistakes in data analysis. The first error or first mistake is inadequate configuration, okay? For example, if you see in here, from the hypothesis that have been written, the relationship between two variables, for example, relationship between age and systolic blood pressure. The hypothesis is clear. Once you go to the analysis, you see they have been doing descriptive statistics such as mean, median, mode, and extra. Oh, it's said the correlation, the relationship. So it's totally wrong. Depend on the hypothesis that you have it in here, the correct analysis would be correlation between age and blood pressure, which is one of the inferential statistics test. Once you know you have the correlation between the age and blood pressure of sure, this is the positive correlation. Once the age is increasing, the blood pressure increasing too. Then you can go to further to do some other analysis like the regression analysis, how much the age gonna affect the blood pressure. The second one, not having the enough sample size. Nowadays, we know the research important. How are we gonna get the strongest research? Once you have a great methodology. The great methodology should include the great sample size. It means the enough sample size. If you have the enough sample size, it means it's gonna represent the entire population that you have it. If you collected less sample size that you needed, someone else said, that's not gonna represent the entire population that you have it. If you collected more samples that you needed, it's gonna take a cost and lose the time. That's why I'm gonna suggest you to follow one of the formula to get the exact sample size, such as for Cochrane formula. We have two Cochrane formula. First one N naught without the population size. The second one with the population size, which we're gonna substitute the first one to the second equation. What we need in here, you need the confidence level, 95% or 99%, whatever you want. You need the P as a proportion, okay? Most of the time, you're gonna set 50% if you don't know anything about the population. If you know the population is clear and you know how much the proportion for that population, for example, if you said how many adults they're gonna use the smartphone in Iraq. Iraq is the population size. The adults who gonna use the smartphone is a part of that population. It means this is the proportion for that population. If we can find such a great proportion of the correct proportion, which is good. Otherwise, you can go to see some other papers, some other research to see what's the exact proportion for that population. If you couldn't find anything, it's okay. Just put it 50% or 0.5. Q1 minus proportion. E is a margin error. In most of the time, you're going to put 5%. If you make less margin error, or sure, the number of sample size is easy. The increasing number of get more accurate because it's gonna close to the population size. N is a population size. If you have this information, just put it from the formula that you have it. It's gonna give you the exact sample size, which is 278. If you cannot do it by yourself, by hand, you can use that link online to see what's the exact sample size. Here are three, which is important. Once you know how many cases you needed as a sample from the population, you have to figure out which sampling you're going to use it. Probability sampling or non-probability sampling. From the probability sampling, it means every single case has equal chance to be selected. What you have it in here, sample, stratified, systematic, cluster, and multi-stage. If you think as a researcher that your samples don't follow to the equal cases or everyone has some same chances to be selected, you're going to go to the probability sampling. Because from the non-probability sampling, there is no equal chance. Might be I'm going to select him, but not here, and they not them, and so on. I'm going to decide who would be in this sample. For example, as a coach for the football team, I'm going to select 21 players, depend on their skills, age, weight, speed, and so on. There is no randomization as we had in the probability sampling. You're going to decide who would be in your team as a sample that's going to represent the entire population. In the future, you believe yourself that's going to represent the entire population. How many types you have it in for non-probability? Convenience, judgment, quota, and snow. Of sure, each of them, they have a different criteria. Another one, the error 4 would be using a statistical test that is inappropriate for the type of the data. For example, you have the data, but we're going to use the wrong test. It means each of the data has different kind of the test. You have to be careful. How many types of the data or variables you have it? Scale or categorical. From the scale, you have nominal and ordinal. Nominal like the gender, male, female. Types of the color, favor of the foods, and so on. Ordinal, also it's contain the text or alphabetics, but in here we're going to arrange it from the smallest value to the largest value. For example, level of education, primary school, high school, diploma, bachelor, master, and so on. First stage, second stage, third stage, and so on. Under the scale, as a second type of the data or variable, you have the discrete. In here, there is a number that you can count it, like age, 24 years. Number of the family, 7 members as a family. You never ever said this family has 3.4 children. No, you cannot say. You have to say 3 children or 4 children. That's continuous. In here, the decimals acceptable, like I am 62 kilograms, 0.2 grams. The height of this man is 170.60. The point is acceptable in here as a continuous. Error or mistake 5. That's really, really important. Avoid complicated statistical analysis. Great thesis or paper or research is not depend on that you have used a complex statistical analysis, but it depends on that you have been using the correct, the exact, the precise test. Depend on the data, the hypothesis that you have it. Nowadays, most of the researchers, they said we're going to be challenged to do the complex or hardest statistical test. No, don't do that. Do what you need. Do what your data set needs. Do what your hypothesis needed to approve it. You never ever be a smart researcher to make complicated statistical analysis while you don't need it. It means you're going to find out the correct, the precise statistical data analysis depend on the data set or hypothesis that you have. And that's error number 6, which is most of the researchers, they hate it, they avoid it, they don't like to work on that step. Cleaning data, checking the assumptions. Every single analysis in statistics have different assumptions. You have to be careful. If the assumptions are met, and then you can go to this. Otherwise, you have to do something else. What about the cleaning data? If you have any duplicate cases, remove it. You don't need to the duplicate cases. It means the repetition of the cases. Incomplete cases, you see one of the cases, 60% of the questions don't answers at all. It's not easy to figure out what's their answers, so you have to remove it. Missing data, if you see there's a missing data, you have to find it and then go to the data analysis. Outlier. Outlier, it is one of the things that can affect, or it's one of the factors that can affect most of the results. The easiest one, the average mean. For example, in here, you have the age of the students at the university, 18, 19, and extra. One of them is 85. Once you find out the age for this data set, it's going to give you 30, approximately 30. It's totally not acceptable. That result is weird because 30 is a huge year as a university. What's the reason in here? The reason you have the outlier, which is 85. If you delete it and then refine the average, it's going to give you 19 or 20. Checking the normality of the data. If the data is normally distributed, it means you can go to any parametric test. Otherwise, you have to make some transformation to make them normality, or you go to the non-parametric tests. That's why normality is important. Make transformation if you need it. If you need any transformation according to these variables that you have it, do it and then go to the data analysis. For example, you have the height and weight, you can find body mass index if you need it, and then go to the further. Some wrong visualization of the data or graphing to see the pattern of the data. In here, first top of the corner, in the left corner, excuse me, distribution. If you want to see the distribution, you can do the histogram or map. If you want to make the comparison between the data sets or datas, bar graph, line chart, or box plot. Box plot also is going to give you the normality of the distribution. It's going to find out the outliers, the shape of the distribution, and so on. Composition, such as pie chart, area chart, and stacked chart. For the correlation, scatter plot is the best one. Look at here. What's the mistake in here? You have two line chart. In the left side, there's a bunch of the variables. It's not easy to make comparison between them. It's not easy to make what's the difference between them. In that case, if you have a lot of variables, don't do that. But if you look at the right side, just you have three variables. It's easy, it's clear, it's obvious for every researcher, every readers in the future. It's gonna figure out what you have in here. Second one, pie chart. If you have any variables, more than 6 categories, like here in here, China, USA, EEA, India, Russia, Japan, others. Don't use the pie chart. On the left side, it's not easy to make the compare between them. On the right side is the correct one. Bar chart is the best if you have more than 6 categories. But if you have 2 categories, like the male, female, pie chart is the perfect. Horizontal versus vertical. In the left side, it's not easy to see the name of these variables or these categories. That's why if you have a lot of category in one variable, do the vertical bar chart in the right side. chart that don't start at 0. In the left side, if you see, it's not start from 0, it starts from 70. It's the same data set, these two graphs. But the right side, we have been start from the 0. That's why the right side is correct, the left side is wrong. The last error, error 8, seeking a statistical significant outcome. Why researchers don't like to have non-significant result? Because the significant result is easy to compare with the other result. It means with the previous result for the other literature review papers. You see, I have this significant, this paper and this one and that one, they have the significant, which is fine. Some of the journals, they don't like to publish your non-significant. But as a statistician, as a 17 years experience for data analysis, as an expert for the data analysis, I said, totally disagree for this. If you see any non-significant result, this is the greatest, this is the huge contribution for your study. But you have to figure out why is non-significant from your research, others are significant. Just find out some excuse point, some factors that can affect your result, then it becomes a contribution of sure every journalist needs such contribution that you have. Don't change the result. If you see non-significant, then okay, I agree. Mine is non-significant, but I have to figure out what's the factor behind this, that mine is non-significant, others are significant. Once you find the excuse point, that becomes a new identification, a new contribution as in your research. Thank you so much for your listening. I'm so glad to be here as an assistant professor in statistical department at Salahuddin University. Also, I'm the founder of STAT Office for Statistical Data Analysis and Training. See you soon. May Allah bless you all.
Thank you, Dr. Bulbas, for that presentation. Now, moving forward, we have our last keynote speaker for this morning session, Dr. Vijay Anat Altavale. Dr. Vijay Anat Altavale was awarded PhD in Computer Science in 2003 from Barkatullah University, Bothwell, India. He has a rich teaching, research, and administrative experience of more than 32 years of serving in the government and in private universities in colleges in India and abroad, and the Republic of Sudan. He also served as an expert for the United Nations Development Program to Utopia. He has been instrumental in several of the shaping the institute. He has successfully led the transformation journey of some of the institutes which has
Good morning all. I thank the Core Research Foundation, the organizers of International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society 2023 for inviting me to this prestigious conference on sustainable society. As we know, sustainable society needs sustainable development. In the year 2016, United Nations gave 17 sustainable development goals to the world. A sustainable society requires a multidisciplinary approach that addresses the economic, social, and environmental aspects of sustainability. This approach involves the integration of various fields such as science, technology, economics, politics, and social sciences. Here are some ways a multidisciplinary approach can be applied for sustainable society. Science and technology plays a crucial role in addressing environmental problems. For example, advances in renewable energy technology can help reduce greenhouse gas emissions, while sustainable agriculture practices can help conserve natural resources and product biodiversity. Economics can contribute to sustainability by promoting policies that encourage sustainable development. For instance, carbon pricing can incentivize industries to reduce their carbon footprints, while sustainable procurement policies can promote sustainable practices throughout the supply chain. Politics. Political actions and policies can promote sustainable development. Government agencies can implement policies that encourage the use of renewable energy, reduce waste, and promote sustainable transportation. Social sciences. Social sciences can help address social aspects of sustainability such as poverty reduction, equity, and social justice. For instance, education and awareness campaign can help increase public knowledge about sustainability and motivate people to take action. Collaboration is the crucial aspect for multidisciplinary approach to sustainability. Different stakeholders such as government agencies, industry, civil society organizations, and communities need to work together to develop sustainable solutions that benefit everyone. Now, we all have heard about artificial intelligence. These days, a lot of talk is around about ChatGPT. Friends, artificial intelligence is a field which combines computer science and robust data sets to enable problem solving. It also encompasses subfields of machine learning and deep learning, which are frequently mentioned in conjunction with AI. AI technology can improve the effectiveness of economic management and make economic management policies more scientific, thereby promoting the development of national economy and ensuring the health and sustainability of the economy. My presentation will focus on role of AI for sustainable development, sustaining societies. AI can play a crucial role in promoting sustainable development by enabling the creation of innovative solutions to pressing global challenges. Here are some ways in which AI can contribute to sustainable development. Climate change. AI can help predict and mitigate the impact of climate change by analyzing data from satellite imagery, weather sensors, and other sources to provide accurate information on changes in weather pattern, sea levels, and atmospheric conditions. AI can also assist in the development of new technologies that can reduce greenhouse gas emissions and increase energy efficiency. Agriculture. AI can improve agricultural practices and reduce the environmental impact of farming by analyzing data on social conditions, weather patterns, and crop yields to optimize the use of resources such as water, fertilizer, and pesticides. Healthcare. AI can assist in the development of new treatments and medicines to combat diseases that pose a threat to public health and can help healthcare providers deliver personalized data for the care, thereby providing tailored solution for the individual patient. Disaster response. AI can improve disaster response by analyzing real-time data to predict the impact of natural disasters and coordinate emergency responses. AI can play a significant role in reducing carbon emissions and mitigating the effects of climate change. Here are some of the ways in which AI can help. AI can help optimize energy usage in buildings, factories, and other industrial settings. By analyzing data on energy consumption patterns and using predictive models, AI can identify areas where energy is being wasted and recommend changes to reduce energy consumption. Smart grids. AI can be used to create smart grids that can manage the distribution of electricity more efficiently. By analyzing data on energy consumption patterns, AI can optimize the distribution of energy, reducing the need for fossil fuels. Transportation. AI can be used to optimize transportation network, reducing traffic congestion and the emissions that come from idling vehicles. AI can also be used to optimize route planning for vehicles, reducing fuel consumption and emissions. We all are aware of Google. It guides us about the route to our destination, and if there are alternates available, which one will take the least time. If we opt for the least time, naturally the exhausts will throw less emission in the air. Renewable energy. AI can be used to optimize the use of renewable energy sources such as wind and solar power. By analyzing weather patterns and energy usage patterns, AI can predict when energy demand will be highest and adjust the use of renewable energy sources accordingly. Carbon capture. AI can be used to optimize carbon capture technologies, which carbon dioxide emissions from power plants and other industrial sources. By analyzing data on carbon capture technologies, AI can identify areas where improvements can be made and recommend changes to the emissions. Artificial intelligence can play a significant role in fraud detection. It can analyze large volumes of data in real time, identify patterns and anomalies that may indicate fraudulent activities, and alert investigators to take action. Some more specific ways in which AI is used in fraud detection are transaction monitoring, risk scoring, behavioral analysis, network analysis, and natural language processing. Artificial intelligence has the potential to play a significant role in fighting poverty in the following ways. Predictive analytics. AI can be used to process vast amounts of data to identify patterns and predict which regions, households, or individuals are most likely to fall into poverty. This information can help governments and aid organizations target their resources more effectively. Job matching. AI-powered job matching platforms can match job seekers with most suitable job opportunities based on their skills, experience, and location. This can increase employment rates and reduce poverty. Financial inclusion. AI can be used to develop innovative financial products and services that are accessible to the unbanked and underbanked population. This can help people save, borrow, and invest money more effectively and thus reduce poverty. AI can also help us in health monitoring, predict disease outbreaks, and provide personalized healthcare recommendations to individuals in poverty-stricken regions. We have already seen the role of AI in developing COVID vaccine. Only because of AI, the development took much less time. Otherwise, it could have taken a number of years before the vaccine could have been developed. Disaster relief. AI can assist in disaster relief efforts by analyzing real-time data, predicting the extent of damage, and identifying the most affected areas. This can help aid organizations respond more quickly and efficiently. Overall, AI has the potential to play a significant role in fight against poverty. However, it is important to ensure that these technologies are developed and maintained in an ethical and equitable manner to avoid inequalities. Friends, AI has the potential to revolutionize economic development in a number of ways. Here are few examples. Increased productivity. The use of AI can help automate many repetitive and time-consuming tasks, which can lead to increased productivity and efficiency. This in turn can lead to increased economic growth, improved decision making. AI can help decision makers in businesses and governments make better decisions by analyzing large amounts of data quickly and accurately. This can lead to better outcomes and more informed decisions. Better customer experiences. AI can help business personalize their products and services to individual customers by analyzing customer data. This can lead to better customer experiences and increased customer loyalty. Friends, when we use Google, we see pop-up windows coming up with recommendations about products which may have bought recently or for which we are inquiring. Be it air conditioner, a fan, or airline ticket. All these pop-ups help us in either reminding or actually using those sites. New business models. AI can enable new business models that were previously not possible. For example, companies can use AI to offer subscription-based services that are tailored to individual customers' needs. Now, this is really interesting. Like if you have used Dish TV, the Dish antenna, or even Netflix or something, where options can be given to the users to select a particular subscription. Like if I am interested only in humor movies, so I'll be given only humor movies. I will not be having access to other services, other movies. So and an improved plan in terms of less payment is offered to me. Similarly, someone who is interested in horror movies can be offered the same. So individually we pay less, and since I am interested in only a particular thing, that thing is offered to me. So the cluttering is not there. Job creation. While there are concerns about the impact of AI on jobs, there is also the potential for AI to create new jobs in the areas such as data analysis, software development, AI research. These days, people are also talking about prompt programming, whereby people are learning prompt language so that when we inquire something using ChatGPT or its other similar models, we get a more appropriate and accurate answer. Overall, AI has the potential to contribute significantly to economic development by improving productivity, decision making, customer experiences, and creating new business models and job opportunities. AI supported innovations in the industry are growing by leaps and bounds. So is true with the infrastructure. Role of AI in environmental development. AI can play a significant role in environmental development by helping us better understand and manage our natural resources. I'll give you an example and then we'll elaborate on the following points. These days, circular economy or circular things are in demand. So you can even reuse furniture. If I have an old furniture, it can be reused. like what has been being done with the vehicles, two-wheelers, four-wheelers, refurbished vehicle. Suppose something goes bad with the vehicle, only that part is changed, or even the second-hand market. So such kind of things are opening up for furniture market, furniture made of wood. Lot of experiments are going on in this area. Here are some of the ways in which AI can contribute in environmental development and monitoring. AI-powered sensors and cameras can be deployed to monitor environmental changes in real time. This includes monitoring air and water quality, detecting deforestation, monitoring wildlife population, and tracking weather patterns. By analyzing this data, AI can help identify patterns and potential risks to the environment. Lot of talk is going on about the negative effect of indiscriminate use of natural resources and fossil fuel on the weather pattern. We are increasingly seeing erratic rains, extreme temperatures, and hurricanes. So all such things can be better managed in terms of loss of property and human lives if AI is used more effectively in the monitoring of the environment. Resource management. AI can help optimize resource management by analyzing data from energy grids, water supply systems, and waste management facilities. This can help identify areas for improvement and streamline resource allocation. Conservation. AI can assist in conservation efforts by identifying endangered species and habitats, tracking their movements and migration patterns, and developing models to predict their behavior. AI can also assist in managing protected areas by detecting and preventing illegal activity such as poaching. Climate change. AI can play a critical role in climate change mitigation by modeling the impact of human activity on the environment and developing strategies for reducing carbon emissions. AI can also assist in developing renewable energy sources and improving energy efficiency. Agriculture. AI can help improve agriculture practices by analyzing data on soil quality, weather pattern, and crop yields. It can also help farmers in taking decisions about planting, fertilizing, harvesting, reducing waste, increasing yields, and the use of insecticides and pesticides. Overall, AI has the potential to revolutionize environmental development by providing insights and tools that can help us better manage and protect our planet's natural resource. Thank you. It was a great pleasure and honor to deliver this talk. Good morning, all. I thank the Core Research Foundation
And thank you, Dr. Anita, Dr. Vijay, for that presentation. There you have it. Those are keynote speakers for this morning session, and then we will be moving forward in our technical session one, and we will have our evaluators for the session one. Our session chair would be Ms. Madhurima Dasgupta. Ms. Madhurima Dasgupta will be our session chair for this technical session one. We would just like to remind our presenters that you will be given 15 minutes for each presenter, and there will be a 10 minute for question and answer session for those who would like to ask questions for to our presenters. You will be given 10 minutes. So I hope our presenters are ready. We will be inviting our presenter one, Ms. Sabida Bandari of her presentation titled Financial Feasibility of Solar Energy for Household Consumptions and its Impact. Professor Sabita? Na-disconnect ba ako? Again, we are on to our technical session one, and our session chair would be Miss Madhurima Dasgupta, and we have six presenters this afternoon. So we would like to remind the presenter that you are given 15 minutes to present your study, and there will be a 10-minute discussion for those who would like to ask questions. So for our first presenter, Okay, moving forward, we will see if we're gonna get back to Miss Sabita. I've seen Professor. Oh,
Hi,
will
hi,
our session chair be moving forward? Yes, yes. Um,
hi, how are you?
Miss, we are just waiting for. Yes. Is Mr. Wissam Mohammed Karim already?
Yes, I'm here.
Or we have Alan to.
I'm,
So
I'm here.
Top is also here. Is yes, yes. I hear you, Professor Wissam. Anyway, let's start with Professor Wissam. Professor Wissam, you're ready with your presentation?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay, so if Professor Wissam Mohammed Karim Al Ghazali is ready with his presentation, he may share your topic entitled Isolation of Field in Kerman Iron Concentrate. Professor Wissam, you may share your screen.
Yes, I would like to present. I would like. Can you share my PowerPoint?
Um, Technical, can
No.
we help Professor Wissam with his presentation?
Okay. Hi everyone. I would like to speak about. Hi everyone. I would like to speak about one of the important subjects, which is decontamination of crude oil and fossil fuels and oil products in order to be environmentally friendly and competitive to the renewable clean energy. We know that the fossil fuels have many problems. For example, the carbon dioxide emissions and other emissions such as sulfur oxides and nitrogen oxides, etc. Our subject now is about the isolation of sulfur-reducing bacteria colony from Amara oil field and Kerman iron concentrate. By me, Wissam Mohammed Karim Al-Khazali.
Excuse me, Professor Wissam. Professor Wissam, are you showing some presentation? Because it's not
Now I am showing presentation. You, can you see the presentation?
No, sir.
Now, can you see presentation?
no.
Yes.
Can you? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Our okay. Our subject is about the treatment of the fossil fuels to be friendly for the environment and also reduce the effect of emissions on the health and safety and quality sustainability for fuels and the quality of fuels also. Now we are representing the biological treatment of fossil fuels by our subject, which is isolation of sulfur-reducing bacteria colony from Amara oil field and Kerman iron concentrate. Amara oil field is in Iraq and Kerman is from Iran. By me, Wissam Muhammad Karim and Sayyid Ahmed Atai and Muhammad Javad Imani. We are a team from the Chemical Engineering Department, Faculty of Engineering, Shahid Beheshti, Shahid Bahonar University of Kerman in Iran. And I'm from Chemical Engineering Section, Design Department, Project Division, Misan Oil Company in Misan in Iraq. We all know the effect of emissions negatively on health, safety of equipment, environment, and the quality of fossil fuels, such as crude oil and its products and derivatives. One of these emissions is the sulfur oxides, which is formed by the presence of organosulfur organosulfur compounds in oils. Therefore, we need to treat the organosulfur compounds and H2S and other structures of sulfur compounds in oil before before it will be emissions in the cars, such as gasoline, diesel, combustion, and or the factories and etc. In this subject, we will treat the sulfur compounds in oils by using colony, which has the ability to reduce the sulfur content in oil or crude oil. We know all the methods used in reduction of sulfur compounds represented in hydrotreatment of oil products or is it okay?
It's not visible.
Uh, Now, can you see?
No, sir, not yet.
Because of the weakness of internet. Can you show my video? Can you show my video?
Sir, I don't have your PPT because I'm the session
Yes,
chair.
sir.
I
Yes, sir. We will
I
share
sent
your
to you
PPT.
recorded. I sent to you a video for my PowerPoint. Okay. Can I speak without PowerPoint? Yes. This is it. Please back.
Can you see your PPT, sir?
Yes, I can see. Back. First page. Yes. Okay.
Which one, sir?
Before. Okay. Thank you. We can conclude from our experiment, we can use the colony to reduce the sulfur content in oils by using the biodesulfurization method. This method can reduce the contamination represented by the sulfur content in oil. Also, it can reduce the nitrogen and other contamination. After that, the oil will be more friendly to the environment and with less emissions to the environment because these emissions are not good for our health and the safety of equipment and the environment aspects. In our research, we uh, 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 we can see the effect of sulfur contents on the health, starting from the respiratory and ending to the cancer. Also, it is not good, the sulfur content in oil, it is not good on the safety of equipment because it causes the corrosion of pipes, pipelines, and separators and other equipment. Also, it is not good on the environment because it is one of the greenhouse gases and cause climate change and global warming. Next, please, next. Yes, thank you. We can see in this picture the isolated colony. We can call it yellow form colony, which was isolated from the crude oil and iron concentrate. By using some nutrients as a source of energy and source of nitrogen and source of phosphate and magnesium in order to the small colonies in oil be growing and be with more. Next. As we can see, the sulfur content was significantly reduced from 4.4 to 3 point something. We can develop this efficiency by using the optimization statistically or neural network or artificial intelligence to increase the efficiency of desulfurization of oil. Yeah, to optimize the operation conditions such as temperature and speed of rotation and oil water ratio and which surfactant and which dose of surfactant we can use and pH of the medium of bioreactions. Next. Yes, in conclusion, we saw the negative effect of sulfur content in oils and fossil fuels generally uh, on the healthy of peoples and other animals, and on the safety of equipment of factories or pipelines, and on the environment, which is in the acid rains, which is not good on the building and surface facilities. We can reduce the effect of sulfur emissions by using the biotreatment, which is called biodenitrogenation, and which this process can reduce also the nitrogen content and other contamination contents, which is called biodecontamination by using inoculation for bacteria colony from the oil itself and making growing of these colonies, and then selected the colony which has the ability of making decontamination of oils. After that, we can make optimization of operation conditions to maximize the efficiency of decontaminations. Uh, Thank you for all. Next. We can see from these there are two choices for the treatment. One to improve the quality of the fuel, and one to treat the pollution of soils. When we use the treatment to develop the quality of oils, this is called biodesulfurization. And when we use it to degrade the oil, which causes the pollutants in the soils or in the spills, we can call it biodegradation. We must differentiate between biodesulfurization and biodegradation. Biodesulfurization tends um, to for the carbon sulfur bond, while the biodegradation goes to the carbon bond and use the hydrocarbon content in oil as a source of carbon and energy. This is not good in improvement of oil. While the first one, we can get rid of and avoid the biodegradation and develop the quality of oil by addition uh, carbon carbon source such as sucrose, fructose, and glucose. Next, thank you for all, and I'm happy to meet you, and I'm ready to make most researches and papers with you if you want about the development of sustainable energy in crude oil and its products. Thank you very much. Thanks for all.
Thank you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I finished. Thank you. I finished. Thank you.
Hey, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, can you see my share screen? Can you see the share screen?
No, sir.
Okay, now can you see it? You right?
Yes, sir.
Everything right?
You can start, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for the invitation to come along and speak today. My topic is tailoring education for society needs. It's a subject which I have a lot of interest in. Just as an introduction, I have a strong interest and commitment to the future and about sustainability. I'm a National Director for the Institute of Project Management, President of the Australian New Zealand Institute of Sustainable Management, Consulting and Training for my own company, AtSolve, and Executive Director for Finding Other Solutions. I've also done a lot of academic lecturing across Australia, Indonesia, and Europe, and have published a series of small books in regard to sustainability principles, particularly in regard to simplifying them, and also a tool called MAPIS, which we'll talk about later on. My co-author for today was Siamandoyo. He lives in Indonesia, and his family is both in the rural areas and the city areas. He's got a very strong interest in sustainability, and he's also a member of the ANZ ISM. Today we're talking about the world appreciating that it is really one large global village, but geographical boundaries are now not an obstacle. And the last 3 years has basically thrown everything into confusion and led to some evolution of ideas. The paper's going to be exploring the effects of some of these. Generally, as a society, we all live on the same planet, yes. Our actions affect each other across the world, yes. Our societies are the same. That is the part that's under question now. And we live in isolated communities. That's also under question now. A society needs things such as appreciation and acceptance, belonging and companionship. And society met with forging relationships between people. But a society can be everything from a family to a group, to a small town, to a city, to a country. There are several versions of what a society can be. And because of that, every solution to meeting a society needs can be unique in that no two answers are going to be exactly the same. So when we're talking about this sort of thing, we can work through them and come up with ideas as to how these things can be manipulated, particularly after the last 3 years affecting COVID. So we talked about a society that was a group of individuals involved in persistent social interaction or a large social group. We are actually, as members of society, we are a social beast. We have what's commonly referred to as a herd mentality. And this is what's changed over the past couple of years. We've gone from having a herd mentality where we're all interacting to being very much isolated, and it's had major effects because we've got to look at things like religion, benevolence, culture, scientific, political, patriotic, and other purposes for a society, because these are the factors that change our society along the way. And this is where we need to look at the society so we look at exactly what the needs are of that society. Because in today's global village, society is affected by its history, its culture, its laws, religion, climate, societal norms, expectations, language, access to resources, education, understanding, politics, geographical relationships, interdependencies, economy, trust, willingness, international factors, sustainability, flexibility, and health and wellness. All of these are what is currently affecting our society's abilities to be a collective society. The issue in relation to access to resources is particularly becoming a significant issue. As of about 18 months ago, the figures are that approximately 2 billion people around the world, or about 15% of the world's population, don't have access to adequate electricity. They don't have access to the internet, or to some degree, they don't want to have access to the internet. So these three things are having a dramatic impact on how we're going. The external factors that we talk about are some of the things we talked about with earlier presenters, and that is the United Nations SDGs. These are now a checklist for the potential links across the various sustainability factors that are affecting societies. No one SDG operates independently. They all interact with each other to present a global criteria list so that we can go through and say, okay, what's affecting this? And we can get through these things, and it helps us to understand. The SDGs, though, are not new, because a lot of this stuff has been around for generations, even millennia. You know, the issue of no hunger, no poverty, clean air, it's been around for a long time in different forms. And it's that difference that is what our major issues are. We're just taking a couple of examples here. We've got Indonesian coastal communities, and they have particular affiliations with the sea and climatic issues and social issues. And one would think they're the same as the Solomon Islands. Well, the Solomon Islands is a Pacific country, and it is different. One of the issues about the Solomon Islands is that in their cultures, the women actually own the land, the men only administer it. And that's a cultural issue. So when we look for that, we look then back at Jakarta, the headquarters of Indonesia. A city, Greater Jakarta, about 20 million people, but just offshore there's a series of islands. So here we've got an island population mixing with a very large city community. And we've got interrelationships between those societies. Then not far away from there, we go out into the Javan rural communities. And these are communities that have existed for centuries. And their relationships is with the land. They grow rice, they grow other products, but their history, their culture, their society is very much mixed with nature and the ability of the land to deliver what they've got. When you look at then, we go across to Australia. And Australia has a series of capital cities and also smaller cities around. And these are much smaller by international standards. Brisbane, for instance, is a capital city of some 2 million people, not 20 million like Jakarta. So we have our capitals, but they each individually exist in isolation as well as collectively. Then we add in areas like the Gold Coast, which is a tourist area, which then brings us over to the example of Bali. Bali is a particularly exotic area. Some people would say that Bali is being influenced by its own successes. It's a series of sectors that include tourism, culture, agriculture, history, and these all combine together to form what is the Balinese society. And the Balinese society is made up of varying societies within. You've got the very large 5-star hotel chains there. Then you've got the particular villages nearby with the culture and heritage. And you've got this mix. And the impact of that is causing issues, has been in recent times in media. So today, when we're talking about research and developing solutions to meet societal needs, we have to look at things like the relevance at all levels, the flexibility, inclusiveness, ongoing review. We've got to consider the life cycle of the solution, the understandability of the solutions, containing measurable outputs, considering generational retentions, integrates with others, demonstrates and meets a local need, is manageable, considers local, regional and international. It has uniqueness, the ability to be able to deliver, its economic viability, its support services, and its milestones to celebrate and demonstrating respect. Because the solutions are often
Good morning,
a
everyone. My
mixture.
name is Laura
You will have a
Azurkatif to
solution maybe
conduct
to a particular
supervision
village
and control
or
upon
town.
those of entrepreneurs
You will
for the
have
compliance
a
of laws
solution
and
to
regulations which
a
relate to living
region.
environment.
You
Those
may
of
have
supervision
solutions
and control
to,
authoritative can be handed.
in some cases, an island or a country or a state. But the biggest issues you're going to have to come across
Good
is
morning,
that
everyone.
they've
My
got to
name is Laura
have
Azurkatif.
this recognition of the criteria and links. And this is caused particularly by the effects of the past needing to be recognised today and creating a sustainable future. The solutions must include the support, the respect and the understanding of all the stakeholders, be it the fishermen, be it the family unit, be it the generations between the younger generation who want to go off to the cities to make their fortune or to get degrees or whatever. This is the issues that you have to be respecting, and you have to understand that sense of belonging, understanding, and the ability to tailor solutions that are respectful, and also the ongoing issues in relation to local knowledge, because in some cases they don't have that knowledge that what other places may have. Because as we said before, there's 2 billion people around the world who do not have access to electricity or internet. So you've got these local issues, which is local knowledge, understanding, guidance, resources, and acceptance. There is no point in taking a technology solution into some areas to collect data and to be the key way of disseminating education and skills development if they don't have electricity, if they don't have reliable internet. So you've got to be able to make sure that it is suitable for the local and that other levels will come down and provide the resources needed to be able to provide that social solution to the needs of that society there. One solution will not suit multiple levels, and the most reasonable solution are often the most unique. Just as a guide, I have developed what's called MAPPERS, which is Management Assessment Planning Integrating Sustainability, which is a very simple tool. And this is to be able to say to people, why are we doing it? What are the issues? And to be able to do these sort of quick assessments that provide measurable outputs so that we can keep these things ongoing. Every solution has a life cycle. You introduce a solution into a society, it will change the society. And because it changes the society, the basic criteria will also change. So you've got to be able to have flexibility and do it. If anybody wants to get in touch with me, that's my email, that's my phone number, and let me know if you have any questions or you want further information or you want to just simply carry on in the discussions. Thank you very much. I'll pass it over now to the next speaker. Hello?
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, and can you please tell me who's the next speaker, or should I go?
Now we can go for the next presentation.
Sorry, can't hear you properly. Could you please? Right, can you all hear me? Please confirm that. I'll start sharing the screen now of my slides.
Actually, sir, Dr. Savita is ready for her presentation.
Okay.
So Dr. Savita will present now.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Savita.
Yes, good morning everyone. Shall I share my slide?
Yes, ma'am. Now
Oh,
thanks
hello. My
for
apology. I got yes. Our next presenter would be Professor Kapita Bantari. You may now share your screen.
Please share my, excuse me, please share my slide because from my laptop there is some technical issues.
okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Indonesia.
Can you see now? Dr. Savita, please unmute your audio.
Good morning, Namaste. My abstract for today is solar energy, financial feasibility of solar energy and its economic impact. So I have basically chosen four fundamental elements for my topic: solar energy, household consumption, geographical location, and financial and economic impact. I am Savita Bandari. I am a banker by profession. I work in a government bank in Nepal for almost 5 years. I'm a PhD scholar from Prince of Songkla University, Hatyai, Thailand, and my department is Sustainable Energy Management. So I am engaged in colleges as lecturer, involved for INGOs, NGOs, social activities, and public speaking platforms. I'm quite interested in reading, exploring, and traveling. My hobby is to dance, sing, and travel. My birthplace is Lumbini province, Bujwal in Nepal, and my birth date is July 24th. So this is my short introduction. As we all know that Nepal is very much bounded by the geographical location, and we have a lack of electricity in and economic one of the most cost effective. So abstract will majorly focus on energy production. So it will help in increasing property value, energy independence, government incentives. It will also reduce the tax benefit. There will be the benefit of national grid. In financial sector, government has been seeing many subsidies to promote solar energy for energy consumption in Nepal. So there will be more and better reliability of credit mobilization in upcoming future as well. Solar energy will help to achieve the sufficient income, credit, and cash flow for the future. It is beneficial for financial long-term and debt obligation as well regarding the financial terms. It will be one of the good and most essential renewable source of energy potentiality. There are mini and micro hydropower which has been used for the generation of electricity in Nepal, but solar energy would be one of the most reliable and cost affordable technology for energy as regard to energy consumption. There will be there are more uses of biogas energy. Biogas wind energy has also been replaced in the past few years in Nepal for the energy consumption. But there is also 85% traditional biomass energy used, and around 28% of the household uh, still use the biomass energy till now. So more than 2 million people are lack of access to electricity in Nepal due to the various geographical location and condition. So if solar energy could be replaced in terms of electricity, automatically there will be the higher living standard, as there will be low income people can also use the consumption of electricity through solar power. There will be extension of national grid. Likewise, existing energy crisis will also be solved. So, RETS, renewable energy technology, would be one of the best option for the energy consumption in the future. That is only the immediate and long-term solution regarding to the as regard to developing country like Nepal. I think the solar energy should be used and replaced in terms of household consumption and other manufacturing and production factories as well, because the price of solar energy is quite cheap and abundant, as we all know that. So there is 50,000 terawatt hours per hour energy generated, 100 times larger than Nepal's hydro resource, 7,000 times larger than Nepal's current electricity consumption. So it meets all the future requirement that is need for electricity generation. Though fossil fuels, nuclear and hydro can also be one of those replacement in terms of energy when it comes to the country like Nepal. Though there are some disadvantages of using solar energy, like it depends upon basically the lifespan of solar energy is 20 to 25 years, but when it comes to production and manufacturing sector, it might not be little most reliable because there is no power storage during the night, so that could be the problem for more production. But in terms of electricity, it could be replacement or an option in production and manufacturing sector, but it would be best to use the energy consumption for household energy consumption, because since the scenario of Nepal is quite difficult, because many people has still been a lack of using electricity because of its geographical condition and location. So solar energy would be one of the best and most reliable option for the energy consumption in future, for the economic as well as financial benefit. So these are the references which I had taken to write down this abstract paper for my paper as the reference. As you could see there, I have taken this from NRV Economic Review 244866, Transition Republic SM 2013, June, Solar Energy, Europe International Journal of Engineering, Generation System. There are lots of references, so I would like to skip these references, as you could see over here. So I have taken all these references and paper for my abstract paper. So this is my overall presentation for today. So thank you so much for listening so patiently. If you have any queries and questions regarding my abstract paper, you can ask me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do anyone have any query? Okay, we should go for the next presentation. I invite Dr. Said Mohammad Ahmad to his topic critical evaluation of the market potential for ostrich meat in halal market.
Thank you, Sushmita. Could you please share my screen because I'm unable to share the presentation from here. It does not allow me.
Okay, sir, I will.
Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Almighty Allah, the most gracious and most merciful. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Peace be upon all of you, and blessings of Allah be with you. Good afternoon to all of you. Hope you all are doing well. Is that I have done my doctorate in tourism management from Cyprus.
I'm sorry, Sushmita, I can't see. Yeah, thank you.
Did my master's in marketing from University of Lincoln. And
but we'll have to
Bachelor's of
stop the
Science
video
from,
recording over there so that I can
coming
speak.
back to the topic,
Thank you,
which is the
Sushmita.
critical evaluation. The purpose.
Thank
So
you.
we're talking
Can I
about,
start then? Yeah, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu and peace be upon all of you, to the audience, and hope you all are doing good. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of Almighty Allah, the most gracious and most merciful. The topic for my abstract today is the analysis of ostrich meat in the halal market and the evaluation in terms of market potential. Can I go to the next slide, please?
Is that I have done my doctorate in tourism
briefly,
management
I'm currently
Cyprus,
residing in Australia,
Institute of
Sydney,
Marketing.
Australia. Been here for 14
Masters
years.
in
My education
University
is
of
doctorate in
Lincoln
tourism
and my
from
Bachelor's of
Cyprus.
Science from
Then Masters
University
in
of
Business
Karachi.
from University of Lincoln, and
Currently, I
Bachelor's of
reside
Science
in
in
Sydney,
Mathematics and
Australia.
Geology, Physics.
Over the past 14 years,
I'm
I've been
involved
engaged
in
in
lecturing and developing courses
in
for
lecturing,
postgraduates and undergraduates in
in terms
various
of
colleges and universities in
and
Sydney,
specifically
as
in
well as
tourism,
overseas.
management
I'm an
courses and
entrepreneur
business
myself and
management
also
courses.
facilitate and guide
I lecture
people around me to
mostly
develop their own small
postgraduate
businesses.
cohort,
That's
but
a brief
also
about
sometimes
me.
undergraduate
The rest is
cohorts
available
for
on
various
the
colleges, as I
apps
mentioned.
on the PowerPoint.
I
You can have a
also
look on these things.
help
Thank you.
and facilitate
So the topic,
people
coming
around
back to my
me
topic, is
in
the
terms of
critical evaluation of ostrich
entrepreneurship
meat and we will go further into this ostrich meat in a while. Next slide, please.
Coming back to the topic, which is the critical evaluation, the purpose of
so the abstract, I mean, why I've chosen this particular product is since 2000, early 2000, we had a shortage of meat industry, especially due to mad cow and foot and mouth diseases. And also the nutritionists, scientists, and researchers have been searching for an alternative sustainable red meat. So in order to meet this requirement, and also in order to inculcate the United Nations Sustainable Development Growth or goals that we will follow in terms of this paper or abstract would be the SDG 2, which is eliminating or going towards zero hunger, SDG 3, health and nutrition and well-being, and SDG 9, which is market innovation, and finally SDG 112, that is responsible consumption. The United Nations is aiming to achieve this by 2030 globally. So in order to conduct my research or my paper, which I'm working with my colleague on, is ostrich meat. The aims were to analyze the market potential for this meat, analyze the characteristics of the product in comparison with the other ostrich meat, and also the buyer's characteristics and performance regarding ostrich meat. Next slide, please.
The research question that we are aiming
while I was working, and the inspiration that I got from when I was in Germany, in order to see the alternative meat on my studies over there, and also for my work professions, I found that ostrich meat was a red meat, and a lot of people, a lot of us, are not aware of ostrich being a red meat. They consider this as a gaming meat. Yes, it is a gaming meat as well, but it can be marketed. So the first thing is to understand how red meat, especially ostrich, can overcome to reduce hunger, poverty, and well-being of mankind, which covers my SDG 2 and SDG 3 as well, in terms of well-being. In terms of the second question, which is ostrich meat be a healthy alternative red meat, it does cover, and we will go into the depth of this in a while, but it covers the SDG 2, SDG 3, of the United Nations. In terms of number 3, which is a marketing strategies, here we are looking into again SDG 9 and SDG 12 in terms of responsible consumption of the product. This halal meat market is a very limited market for Muslims in the meat consumption. So we will talk about this as we go further. Thank you. The methodology that I've selected for this purpose with my colleagues and things is the inductive method. Now, inductive method, which specific aim to achieve is we will be doing it from the purpose of open survey methods and in the form of questionnaires and interviews, thereby creating a probable conclusion about ostrich meat based on the information. Like I said earlier, that while I was in Germany, I had a taste of this ostrich meat about 20 years ago. And then I thought about it quite a lot and spoke to many people about ostrich meat being a red meat and halal. So a lot of people, especially in the Muslim world or Islamic world, had no clue whether it is a red meat or white meat and should we eat it. So there was a lot of research done on this from various people, and the healthier content or the content of this ostrich meat will be discussed in a while. So the deductive methodology was not selected because I find it is a very time consuming besides, and it's from general work to specific work and needs a lot of concept work and extensive test of hypothesis. So for this purpose, for this research, I find it, and with my colleagues agree, that the open survey and inductive methodology would be the best form to move forward.
We're talking about, like I said,
As for United
in
Nations
the SDG
SDG
goals, the
or meat
United
industry
Nations
or the
Sustainable Development Goals
would be
for meat
zero hunger.
industry.
That is, they are targeting to
Looking from
eliminate
that,
hunger
because
and ensure people,
lots of people,
especially poor, infant, and other vulnerable people, in terms of having access to safe food and nutritious food throughout the year. The target to eliminate malnutrition is another aspect of United Nations SDG goal 2, especially in terms of children, young adults, females, and expected mothers. And it has been seen if you go to Bangladesh or if you go to other Middle Eastern world or even Africa, you would see a lot of malnutrition going on and even leading to a sad tragedy of death amongst young children, adults, and females. So this could be an alternative product that could be used over there. Then the SDG 3 is also good health and well-being, where we can look into the healthy products such as the ostrich meat and other products. SDG 9 is considered in the way we can start this as a small basis and then go to the massive production or mass farming of ostrich meat as an alternative source of red meat. In responsible consumption, we are talking in terms of the contents of mineral and fats and things like that in terms of ostrich meat. So these are very important issues in terms of reducing poverty or eliminating poverty in terms of zero hunger from Hungary point of view, and the SDG 3 and 9 especially. Next slide, please.
Let's talk about the overview of
But before we go into that, we need to understand a couple of things. If you look at the overview of the total world population, according to United Nations, it is estimated that more than 70 years will be required for a global population to double up again. Now, as for now, in 2022, November 15th, the world population came or achieved the milestone of 8 billion people. It is expected to reach 8.5 billion in 2030 and by 9.7 billion in 2050. That's a huge population world across the world. And this also allows us to look into the halal market from various reasons, especially halal products. And like I said, ostrich meat would be one of the best aspect of it to go through. Next slide, please.
Further go into
Thank you. The world
through...
population, if we divide it by religion, according to in 2020, Christianity is approximately 2.38 billion, which is one of the largest religions in the world currently. However, Islam, which is 1.91 billion people across the world, and it's the second largest and fastest growing religion in the world right now. And it is expected by United Nations, according to United Nations, that it would surpass Christianity by 2050. And that is the more the better reason to understand the halal market in terms of various products, and especially the consumption of red meat, as majority of population, they go into meat as a dietary requirement from one shape or the form. Next, you can see as Hinduism going into 1.16 billion, Buddhism 507 million, folk religion, and others are falling at 61 million. Judaism is 14.6 million, and unaffiliated, which don't consider themselves to it any other religion, as 1.19 billion. So in order to hear the understanding of halal market is very, very crucial and critical. Next slide, please. The next slide will tell you
so we need to
in terms of understanding what halal is. Now, the general form of halal is basically said in terms of an Arabic word, which is called permissible or lawful. The Holy Quran clearly guides Muslims in terms of halal and haram as a key and core value of the belief. So number one, which I've taken three verses from here. Number one is chapter 2, verse 172 in the Holy Quran, which says, "O ye who believe, eat the good things wherewith we have provided you, and render thanks to Allah if it is He whom ye worship." And the continuation of this verse in chapter 2, verse 173 says, "He hath forbidden you any carrion in blood in swine flesh, and that on which hath been invoked any other name besides Allah." So it is an imperative element of a Muslim society or a Muslim world that any other name that has been invoked other than Allah is not allowed for a Muslim society or Muslim world to have that diet in their day-to-day or their lives, span of lives. Number three is the forbidden unto you for food are carrions and blood and swine flesh, and that on which hath been invoked the names other than Allah, and the strangled and the dead through beating, and the dead through falling from a height, and that which he makes lawful by slaughter. Now here, I just want to make a note or a point that slaughter, what does a slaughter mean? In a Muslim society, slaughter is done by a man manually through hand or by the person's hand, rather than doing it by machine. Now the scholars and the Islamic jurisprudence can shed more light on it, what slaughter can be considered as. But continuing this, and that which hath him been immolated to idols, and that he swear by diving arrows, and this is an element of chapter 5, verse 3. So you see, halal market is growing, and not only the Islamic world is looking into it. The next slide will give a little bit a hint on even the non-Muslims. Like for example, I like to give here, I'm in Sydney, and lots of people who do not belong to Islamic cultures or Islamic values, or who does not have Islamic belief, they also prefer to have halal food and halal products, especially meat. The other day I was in a gathering, and some of the Sikh friends of mine, they said they find the taste better from the halal product. Now, what they have found, we haven't discussed much about it, but that also leads that they prefer halal meat in Sydney, in Australia, as well as some of the Christian friends of mine. They said, we like the product from the halal aspects, especially from the meat point of view, and they prefer to go to Muslim butcheries to get them for their meat. So obviously it is expanding for different reasons, and that's a good sign that diversity and inclusivity of all religion is coming into this aspect. So this would give a lot of an idea in terms of developing
but in order
the
to
halal
understand
products
again
and halal meat. Next slide, please. So if you see, again, like I've spoken, 1.9 billion people and the fastest growing religion in the world. So halal market, like I said, is also taking shape and form in the non-Muslim world, especially in Thailand, especially in Australia, in States, in UK. There is a lot of research going on this. What is halal and what is not halal, and things goes into it. For a Muslim world or Islamic world, I could say the halal meat would include all domesticated birds and animals in terms of their slaughtering cattle and farms, such as cow, bulls, goats, sheep, and many more. And some of the sea marine lives, which except the carnivorous species in the marine life as well. Now, again, there is a dose and doubt. So again, here the Islamic scholars in jurisprudence, lawyers, and things like that can explain in detail as what not to go into halal and what to go into halal meat as well, and products. Next slide, please.
But in order to understand again the halal market, like I
Can I go to the next slide, please?
from the Chordata
Thank you.
phylum.
Now, overview
animal.
ostrich. Ostrich is the
Here,
largest bird on
you
this
see
planet,
per grams per
and
kilogram.
that's why people think, okay, since it's a bird, it would be a white meat.
And
Sorry,
then
go to the
again
previous
here,
slide,
if you
please.
look,
Yeah, no, not the previous ones. The ostrich overview. Why overview of ostrich meat? Yeah, thank you. So you see, largest bird on the planet comes under the phylum of Chordata Animalia avius, and it has got is the largest, heaviest living bird, as I was talking about. Males are typically larger than females, weighing about 220 to 287 pounds, and that is a lot. In terms of, and in measuring heights, it's 6.9 to 9 feet in height. Females weigh about 198 to 242 pounds and range from 5.7 to 6.2. They have a lifespan of approximately 40 years in terms of, and they lay eggs about 10 to 20, sometimes 5 to 6 in a month, but goes on to lay eggs, the female, in terms of 40 years. That's a large number. So if we can domesticate as well as use of farming or build a farming stations where we can provide ostrich, as an alternative meat, that would be a nice aspect, and that would cover my SG Sustainable Development Goal of 9 of the United Nations. The element is quite huge in terms of alternative meat. Next slide, please. And that will show you, the next few slides will show you the content and why ostrich meat would be an ideal use as an alternative. If you look at ostrich proteins, sorry, go back to the previous slide, please. Yeah, thank you. Please hold there. The ostrich meat has got a proteins in grams per kilogram, which is 216. Now, if you look at beef and chicken, which is about beef goes between 221 to 281, and chicken goes between 213 to 223. So, ideal aspect of other elements like red deer is 217. Rabbits and reindeers 236. Reindeer is 2.6 is an element. Now these aspects are very important. Then you look at the fat content of in grams per kilogram. You would see that ostrich leading and has got a lowest fat in terms of that, which is 9 to 14. And beef usually contains about between the range of 7 to 38, but depending on what meat from beef it is. Cholesterol, if you look at the cholesterol level, I believe it's 0.5 of ostrich, whereas beef and the other red meats that you can see, except for pigeon and chicken, which is a white meat, the rest are red meats, you would see a high content of cholesterol as well. And this would give an idea in terms of ostrich to be an alternative meat. However, going into further details of the next slide, it'll tell you, or it'll show you. Can we go to the next slide, please?
And then again here, if you look
Thank
at
you.
it,
If you look at the saturated fat of the ostrich is 377. Sorry, the previous slide. Yeah. So if you look at these saturated fat, fatty acids and monounsaturated fatty acids and polyunsaturated fatty acids and things like that, you would see ostrich leading and having the lowest amount as compared to the other, the beef or meat industry. So next slide, please.
Slide of why ostrich meat again. Is if
here we are talking about fatty acids in you're talking about linoleic acids in ALA linoleic acid and different contents of selected fatty acids of meat, and you would see ostrich being the having the least amount amongst all this, and this makes ostrich meat a very healthy meat, and that covers my sustainable development goal of number 3 of the United Nations by providing healthy meat
if you look at
to the people
these elements,
around,
it
thereby
also
reducing
suggests that
hunger if we do it
ostrich meat
a mass
could
production or
be
massive
an
farming
alternative
in terms of ostrich meat. Now, if you look at the table number 4, which can the mineral compositions per gram
I'm
per
sure you guys
kg. Sorry,
can
go to the mineral content, please.
have a look on these vitamin contents in
Previous slide, please. Table number 4. Sorry, table number 4, please. Previous one. Yeah, thank you. You look at different mineral contents or compositions that is available. For example, sodium in ostrich is 0.36. If you look at beef, it's 0.74. And pork is 0.6. Obviously, pork is not permissible into the Islamic world. So I'm not going to go into much of the details of that. But even for the non-Islamic countries or non-halal market meats, if you look at the sodium content or potassium content, calcium contents and magnesiums and iron and phosphorus and other elements, you would see that the ostrich leads the way in terms of a healthy meat as a red meat. And if you go to the next slide, please, table 5, that would give you vitamin compositions or the
I'm sure you
vitamin
guys
content in milligrams per kilogram, which is an edible portion in terms of amino acids and things like that. Here you will see
in terms of
sorry, go to the previous
conclusion,
ones. Previous slide. Previous slide, please. Thank you. Please hold on there. Now, if you look at the mineral contents or vitamin contents here, you would see that ostrich, in terms of different vitamins, you would see 1.61 and 4.5. Rabbit is 5.3 in terms of magnesium, B3, B1, B2. And so all these would tell you ostrich, apart from rabbit, ostrich is one of the leading aspects of red meat in terms of health. This gives me a more of a suggestion and a research paper being based on this, that ostrich can cover up as an alternative red meat for, and also in doing a mass marketing would be a very important aspect of this ostrich meat. So in terms of conclusion, I mean, if you go to the next slide,
so
thank you.
Terms of
through this small analysis, we can see the ostrich meat can be a very good substitute for beef, mutton, and other red meats. Yes, it would take a couple of years in terms of to pick up in the market as regular on the tables rather than other red meats. That's one element. In the vast majority of halal market, not only in Muslim countries, but also in non-Muslim countries, would need to be an extensive awareness, education, and promotion regarding this ostrich meat in order to cover SDG number 9 and number 12. Also, number 12 is covered in the analysis of the ostrich meat that we have just seen, responsible consumptions of red meat as an alternative for other red meats. The research emphasis on ostrich meat as a new product in the market, especially in the Islamic world and Muslim world. So thank you for, please go back a little bit, and just the last point on conclusion. Yeah, and that is why my basic element to cover this research and to write on this research is to meet the needs of SDG 2, SDG 3, 9, and 12 for by 2030. It can be possible if we look into it and create more awareness in terms of ostrich meat. Thank you. And can you show the references, please? These are some of the references that I have taken for my research. Thank you very much for listening to me and giving me the opportunity for sharing my thoughts on this occasion. These are some of my references. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, feel free to talk to me, or you can take my email addresses from them, from the conferences, and then we can discuss about further marketing this product. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Shahid, for that presentation on. So moving forward,
Thank
yeah,
you.
that's a really indeed an excellent presentation. So yeah, an excellent presentation.
Thank you.
So moving forward with the next presentation would be from a video presentation from our next presenter, which is Miss Laura Astrid Purba, Professor Purba, or we'll be playing the video presentation of Professor Purba on the topic enforcement of environmental law through administrative sanctions on violation of air pollution due to coal dust in the city of Jakarta.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Laura Astrid Hasina Purba from Indonesia. Today, I will present my paper titled Enforcement of Environmental Law Through Administrative Sanction on Violation of Air Pollution Due to Coal Dust in the City of Jakarta. Indonesia Environmental Law. The Act of 1997 has been a system of regulation in line to the human environment control and
Audio again,
management
technical.
as legal
There's
instrument
no audio input.
to preserve and protection natural resource and environment within the territory of Indonesia. Hence, it will be an interesting one to
Technical, the audio is not working.
The video is stuck as well.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Laura Astrid Hasina Purba from Indonesia. Today, I will present my paper titled Enforcement of Environmental Law Through Administrative Sanction on Violation of Air Pollution Due to Coal Dust in the City of Jakarta. Indonesia Environmental Law. The Act of 1997 has been a system of regulation in line to the human environment control and management as legal instrument to preserve and protection natural resource and environment within the territory of Indonesia. Hence, it will be an interesting one to observe legal fact concerning the question of environmental law justice system and enforcement of the Act of 1997. To begin with, it should be confirmed that the Act of 1997 contains the bulk of substantive law as well as procedural law, which define elements of constitutional law, administrative law, civil law, as well as criminal law. Environmental justice system and enforcement, which regulate within the Act of 1997, refer to the administrative procedural law, civil procedural law, and penal procedural law. Those are mainly direct to the procedural regulations pertaining to enforcement of the Act and form of sanctions that can be turned for environmental law infractions. Scope of the administrative justice system, which regulate within the Act of 1997, encompass enterprise operational license personnel, supervision and control duties of the Minister of Environmental Affairs, and environmental administrative sanction. Article 22 explains that Minister of Environment Affairs has an authority to conduct supervision and control upon those of entrepreneurs for the compliance of laws and regulations which relate to living environment. Those of supervision and control authority can be handed over to certain ministry officials. as well as to be decentralized to regional government officials, sort of administrative sanction mentioned within Article 27 Act of 1997, which states that certain environmental violation shall be threatened by cancellation of the enterprise operational license. For this purpose of the regional government an authority given by the authoritative official to propose cancellation of the operational license, as well as stakeholders which suffer economic and social losses can be able to propose a request to the authoritative official for the revocation of business operational license. Justice system and enforcement of the civil law within the Act of 1997 mostly regulate procedural and mechanism of environmental dispute settlement. Within the Article 30 define that those of environmental disputes can be settled by litigation procedure, namely in court resolution or non-litigation mechanism, that is out-court settlement based upon pleasure choice of the parties. Purpose of both alternative environmental dispute resolution, namely litigation and non-litigation, have been principally directed to gather financial compensation for the plaintiff, and certain environmental action and rehabilitation must be conducted by the accused. It is interesting to be paid close attention to the regulation of strict liability principle within the Act of 1997. It is clearly regulated within Article 35 that enterprise and or business activities which cause seriously environmental pollution and damage due to employ hazardous and poison raw materials within production process and therefore produce the dangerously industrial waste must be charged a strictly liability for the financial loss which directly suffered by plaintiff party. The suffered financial loss must be directly paid by the accused party. This kind of legal obligation of the accused shall be released in case the accused can make his proof convincing that seriously environmental pollution and or damage caused by natural disaster or war and or force majeure and or the illegal action of the third party. Consequently, in terms of civil procedural law, the accused shall be burdened and alleviating or shifting of burden of proof by the judge of the process of adjudication. The essence of this kind of liability is actually transferring legal responsibility of fault to a risk of the environmental pollution and damage that increasingly and continually appear throughout the world in conjunction with the rapid development of industrial technology. In sum, this is the so-called the transference of liability based on fault principle to strict liability principle within the Human Environment Management Act of 1997. Hence, in accordance to the civil procedural law, strict liability principle defined as lex specialis, special regulation in contradiction with lex generalis, general regulation, particularly in the adjudication process of private lawsuit. In the Article 37 stipulate that people have right to address representative legal claim to the court and or convey environmental law violation report to the law enforcement agency in relation to suffer financial loss due to the environmental pollution and or damage. This is the so-called regulation of class action principle within the Act of 1997. What the purpose of this sort of legal accusation is to extend legal subject within the environmental legal case to claim their legal right from individual claim into collective claim of the people who suffer financial loss due to the improvement of environmental problems in the country. In order to improve responsibility of the civil society in accordance to the partnership principle in decreasing environmental problems, it is explicitly regulated within the Article 38 that environmentally based non-government organization has right to bring lawsuit against the polluters in the name of living environment with the purpose of protecting its capacity and function. This is the so-called legal standing principle that clearly defined within the Act of 1997. The legal standing principle in the global environmental law historically first introduced by Professor Christopher Stone within his article entitled Should Trees Have Standing? toward legal rights for natural objects, he has actually employed guardian theory in promoting legal rights to natural objects such like river, lake, forest, coast, sea, biodiversity, etc. Those are natural resource and environment. In conjunction to this guardian theory, it should be confirmed that natural environment and resource are natural legal subject in environmental policy and legislation. Nevertheless, due to their nature of inanimate natural objects, it is therefore they should be legally represented by an environmentally based NGOs. Elements of penal law within the Human Environment Management Act of 1997 regulate environment criminal justice system, form of penal sanction, sort criminal behaviors of corporation that cause environment pollution and or damage. Other non-penal sanction and qualification of the environmental criminality as point out within penal procedure law of 1981, that is Kitab Undang-Undang Hukum Acara Pidana. Law enforcement agencies performed by police, general attorney, and judge of the court. It should be confirmed that there has no been a particular environmental criminal justice, namely the court that specifically provide to settle and adjudicate environmental violation case within the system of penal procedural law of Indonesia. Hence, those of environmental criminal case adjudicate within the general court hierarchically, namely state court, high court, and supreme court. In the Article 41, paragraph 1, defined that whosoever include corporation does intentionally action which cause pollution and or damage of the living environment shall be liable of imprisonment to a maximum of 10 years and a fine to a maximum of 500 million rupiah. In case that intentionally action caused death, or serious injury, shall be liable to punishment of imprisonment to a maximum of 15 years and a fine to a maximum of 750 million rupiah. Article 42 regulates those of whosoever include corporation through negligence does action which cause pollution and or damage of the living environment shall be liable to punishment of imprisonment to a maximum 3 years and a fine to a maximum of 100 million rupiah. The other kind of penal sanction, which can also be burned to the environment, can also be burned to the environment. Violators formulate as a tindakan tata tertib, that is environmental ordering action that must be done by the polluters. Those sort Good morning everyone, my name is Laura Astrid Hasina Purba from Indonesia. Today I will present my paper titled
Okay, thank you, Professor Laura. Now we will be on our next presenter, Professor Fatima Ubaid Salman, on the topic New Results on Cases of Sandwich for a Subclass of Analytic Univalent Function. Professor Fatima, are you with us? She's not on inside the meet. So anyway, moving forward, let's see if we can entertain. Once she's in, we will invite our next guest speaker, Professor Mancolo Severin Lesoco. Professor Mancolo Severin Lesoco is presently a professor at the Turfloop Graduate School of Leadership, University of Limpopo. She is presently responsible for research methodology and strategic innovation management modules within the program. She has an extensive business expertise at the personal and academic level. She holds the following qualification: Bachelor of Arts in Education, major in English Language and Literature in English, Bachelor in Education, major in Education Management, Master's in Educational Management, and a PhD in Educational Management, as well as postdoctoral fellowship from International Higher Education Policy, Washington, D.C. She has owned formally registered two businesses, namely Fresh Office Solution in 2002 to 2008 as a managing director, and also the Uniqlo Nozzle Travel from 2007 to 2012. Again, we would like to invite Professor Mancola Sabin Lasoko for her discussion. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, you are, ma'am.
Thank
Yes,
you so
ma'am.
much. Let me see if I can share my screen. Okay, let me see. Window, right. Good, good. Can you see my screen, colleagues?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We can see your screen.
Thank you so much, and welcome to all the participants and all the guest speakers and keynote speakers that are here. I have a passion in entrepreneurship. So when I saw the title of the conference and I looked at the word sustainable, it really made me very interested in the conference. So my talk today is very short. It is a conceptual paper. Actually, it is my second topic for my second PhD in business because I come from the education background. So I want to look at multi-level marketing-based entrepreneurship as an enabler in new venture creation. And I'll be looking at an area where I live in South Africa. It is called Limpopo Province, and we have got a district called Capricorn District. What is interesting, colleagues, for me is the present economic situation in South Africa. I think we are all living in the world where the economic situation has changed. But in our country, we have got high unemployment statistics in South Africa. Last year, it was 33.9 in the second quarter of 2022. And this year, the number has increased even more. So we have got one unemployment rate almost 40%, 40 to 50%, depending on the lens that the institution is wearing. But the second problem we are having is the issue of people who are now beneficiaries of social grants. We have got 46% of the population are on social grants. And South Africa, roughly, we have got 58 million people. So if 27 million are on social grants, it means that the other half has to work because social grants depend on government. But also with the COVID-19 pandemic, now government introduced another social relief distress grant, which puts more burden on the government and on the taxpayers. So then I looked at this situation from an entrepreneurial eye to say, what can be done to make this community sustainable? Because depending on government grant is not sustainable. It is very heavy on employed citizens. The taxpayers are bearing the brunt. And the last statistics I saw, it was around 15% of the taxpayers are funding the 45% of the people depending on the grant. So our tax brackets are very high. Then I looked at a business opportunity which is the concept of multi-level marketing, or if you like, network marketing, whereby I would like to explain it even in a simple term, because I decided to join one company to see how it works. So what happens is that in network marketing, it's a method of product distribution. A company manufactures products, and the products move from the manufacturer to the customers and end users through the use of independent distributors. I want to underline this or bold it, because these are the people who distribute the products. And what I have seen, these people are paid. Now there is some income coming through. They are paid through bonuses, commissions, and incentives. So even an unemployed person starts to earn a living. And in a country with high unemployment statistics like South Africa, and lots of people depending on social grants and government grants, to get a bonus or commission from selling a product is very, very important. So the independent distributors, then, they also make an income by selling the products at a markup. They buy a product for $1 and you sell it $3. At least there's a profit there. And then it becomes an instant source of income for a person. So as a result, such people have been able to start their own businesses. You start selling the products for somebody, for Herbalife, for Forever Living, all these brands that we know, colleagues that are in the whole world. And somebody starts to say, okay, now I can open my own new venture from the money I got from selling. Because at the moment, it's really, really not looking good. So I'm not sure if this illustration is clear, but the production happens with the factory here. Then this guy becomes a distributor. You become a distributor and you also become a consumer of the product, whatever you're selling. And immediately the person starts to sell to their friends, to colleagues and neighbors, to the family and total strangers. And they start making money. Every product you sell, you put a markup. Every product you sell, you get a bonus from the company and an incentive. So this is how it works. You see, Alice is on top. He recruits 5 people, and those 5 people bring in 25. Those are jobs, literally. Somebody starting to make a living. And the 25 distributors bring in, each person brings 5, 5, 5. And now the table starts to grow. In no time, we have got people starting to have a sustainable livelihood, as long as it is a reputable company. I think in my personal experience, because I've joined some of these companies as a researcher to see how it works, people start to have a living. They start to send their children to school. They start to have food in their households because they are selling. And they can make a profit from the markup, or the company also gives them a benefits such as bonuses and incentives. So what is in my mind is that if more South Africans, especially the youth, even the graduates that are unemployed, can join companies like this. There are many companies in South Africa. We have got a database of almost 50 companies, quite reputable. Some are from the US, some are from India, some are from China, but they have got products already that have been in the market for long. Those are the Herbalife, Forever Living, Lawnreach, many companies which people can join. And most of them, the joining fee is not so expensive. It's a little amount that somebody can start and start to make a sustainable living. Because at the moment, the country is on its knees because of unemployment, but also because of lack of jobs, but also because of the heavy burden on social grants, which we are giving. So from the theoretical framework, colleagues, I looked at McLelland's need for achievement theory, that entrepreneurs are people who are very much strong in the need for achievement. So we have got unemployed people, but we'll need to motivate them to be entrepreneurs. Others don't want to sell. They look down upon it as a low level kind of a job. Now we'll need to use the need for achievement theory, whereby McLelland pays attention to personal traits, motives, and incentives of an individual. And then such an entrepreneur has to have that need to achieve. Because other people join, I have actually personally paid for other family members to join the company I joined. You know what, colleagues? If people don't have a need for achievement, they drop out on the way. I must have joined 10 of my family members, and none of them is selling as I speak to you. So maybe it's an option, maybe it's not, because that need for achievement is very important. And number two, I also looked at resource-based theory, which is now utilized to identify the strategic resources a business can explore to acquire maintainable and competitive advantage. From my side, I decided to give the resources to these family members. I paid for them, each one, and bought products. You pay and you get the products. And I said, let's start selling. You know what? They sold and used the profit and never came back again. So those are the downside of sometimes when you give people resources. So the third theoretical framework that I'm basing my study on is on Schumpeter's theory of economic development, which now is very important for a country like South Africa, whereby the theory focuses on the fact that entrepreneurship comes to occupy the central place in the process of production and economic development. What I'm saying is that if the country could push more the issue of innovation and entrepreneurship, that could help the country a lot, because the job market is saturated. There is not much of jobs being created today. Instead, the jobs are being eradicated with the 4IR moving to the 5IR. So it's getting more difficult. So the issue of innovation and entrepreneurship is what can be a good economic development framework for South Africa in particular. However, there has been criticisms towards multi-level marketing. There's a lot of literature around it, and I just picked a few items on it to say there are reports of losses of money and people do not get the returns promised by top management. Number two, there are differences between the actual multi-level marketing companies and pyramid schemes. As we know, colleagues, I don't know in your countries, in South Africa, there's a lot of pyramid schemes. Somebody says, pay 2 rand, you'll get 500 rands. Huh? Where does the money come from? So our people still have to learn which one is genuine and which one is a pyramid scheme, which won't last because it collapses over time. Then also, number 3, another criticism is that sometimes the companies promise too much and deliver too little. So the distributors who pursue the business opportunity make little or no money, and they substantially lose the amount they invested. But that, I've realized, it depends on the selling skills. In MLM, people need to know how to sell the products. You need to sell it correctly. And also, sometimes the goods are overpriced, and then the market does not. The market uptake is not as good because of the prices. And sometimes the word of mouth testimonies. People say, this product helped me to get well, but the next customer does not get well. And those word of mouth testimonies are not accurate. And sometimes there are recruitment difficulties whereby the target market becomes saturated. And then if there is no target market, then there is a problem. So there have been problems from literature that I was reading, and plus being part of the brand that is selling, there have been problems, but the problems are fewer than the gains, because people just have to go out there and sell. And that is the message that I'm spreading, to say, to have a sustainable society is either people are employed or they're in business. So if we all want employment, who's going to employ us? Somebody has to be involved in business and selling. So my concluding remarks, colleagues, is that the development of entrepreneurship and increase in entrepreneurs will lead to a positive economic growth and a strong support for economic growth of a country. And in addition, I'm proposing multi-level marketing as an option, because that one a person can start without building a factory. You just sell somebody's product, then start selling. As people make more money, now they start building their own brands. But it's a small beginning, especially in a country that is suffering from high levels of unemployment, and also there's no jobs. We've got graduates, almost 40% of graduates in South Africa are not working. And now we start to experience other problems of crime and all sorts of things. So at the moment, in conclusion, the problem of MLM lies in the fact that the industry has accumulated a lot of myths around it. And it turns out that many of them are the result of little ethical behavior of people associated with the sales. But the bottom line that I want to present is that many people, especially in South Africa, are still skeptical in joining MLM companies, even if they are unemployed or depend on government grants. So my study is trying to say, please try this multi-level marketing business. It's easy to start. You just buy products. They even give you the marketing material. They give you information. All you do is take the product and go and sell to the next person, to your family, to everybody else, because we are trying to push to have a sustainable society in South Africa. That is my presentation for today. Thank you so much for the opportunity, to the conference organizers. I'm very grateful for the opportunity that I've been given. And I would like to stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Mancolo, for that sharing of your experience and expertise. Okay, so with that, I will turn over and invite our session chair, Ms. Madhurima Dasgupta, for her full session overview and, of course, the announcement of this paper presentation and best paper for as per evaluation of our session chair. Ms. Dasgupta.
Yes, thank you so much, Sharima ma'am, and thank you, ICMASS. Thank you, Priya ma'am, for inviting me as session chair. I believe all the presentations were more or less pretty good. They catered to the needs of sustainable development, the different goals of sustainable development. But as I know, I have to do this tough job to choose best presenter as well as best research paper. So for today's technical session, the best paper presenter, the best presentation goes to Professor Alan Tupikoff Siamdoyo for his paper Tailoring Education to Society's Needs. Congratulations, sir. It was a very fruitful presentation as to how education helps to cater to the needs of society, keeping in mind the different sustainable development goals, because as we know that education is the prima facie for the upliftment and the betterment of the society. Congratulations, sir. And secondly, the best research paper goes to Dr. Syed Mahmood Ahmed for his paper on critical evaluation of the market potential for ostrich meat in halal market. Congratulations, Dr. Ahmed. It was a very enriching paper on how, extensive research and education can be carried out on ostrich meat, keeping in mind the different sustainable development goals. So congratulations to both of you, sir. My regards to both of you.
Thank you very much for that. And it was a good conference, and I'm pleased to have been involved with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you also, Ms. Dasgupta, for, of course, staying with us the whole session to evaluate the papers of our presenter. So we will conclude this day's. Okay, but definitely the certificates for a keynote speaker will be sent via email by our CRF organizer. Looking forward for seeing you and hearing to you again with all your discussion. So again, this ends day one. I am your moderator for day one of the ICMASS 2023, Associate Professor Sharima Morales from the Research Management Office of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Good day, everyone.
Thank you very much. Good day, everyone.
Thank you very much. Good day, everyone.
Can we have a photo?
Yes, please do. Can we invite
Please all
everyone?
unmute
Forgot
your
to
video.
open the cameras so we can have a group photo, especially to our winners. Can we invite Professor Lara, Dr. Arman Santos as a keynote speaker? Can we have a photo opportunity? Professor Mancolo, can you open your cam? Dr. Sabado, Professor Sabita, can we have our camera on so we can have a group photo for day one? Okay, big smile, everyone.
I am requesting you all to unmute your videos.
Yes. Let's have 1, 2, 3. ICMASS. Next slide. So we have ICMASS. Okay, thank you, and hope to see you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.